check, hey, check. आला का? हॅलो, चेक. आलाय ना? बघ किती पाहिजे तो वाढवायचा. हां? हॅलो, चेक this. Hey, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, check, check. Hey, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hey, check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hey, hey, check. Hey, hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hey, hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hey, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check, check. hello, check. Hello, hello, check.
1500 प्रीलोडेड गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
A very good morning to respected dignitaries from AIU, esteemed vice chancellors, and delegates. I welcome you all to yet another enticing day to unfold. We start the day today with an open session on Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan VBSA Bill 2025. The VBSA Bill 2025 was introduced with an aim to establish an umbrella commission for the universities. I now request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal Ma'am, Secretary General, AIU, to kindly start the open session.
A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the last day of the conference. I hope you enjoyed the conference and the sessions were really relevant for you, and the hospitality given by the DY Patil institution was really very, very overwhelming for everybody. So, thank you, Dr. Pawar, for this. This is an open session on Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan Bill 2025, which has been it was placed on the House of the Parliament before the House of the Parliament, and now it has been referred to the JPC. So I'll give a very, very short presentation on what the bill is, and then after that we'll have an open session gathering the opinion from all of you, because as a collective force, AIU can be giving a representation to the government, also to the JPC. We can give the views, collective views of the universities, that what they feel about the VBSA, which is Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan Bill. So very quickly, I'll give a presentation and then we'll move on. So why was this bill required? One was that the India has more than 1,300 universities, around 50,000 colleges, more than 4 crore students are studying in these universities and colleges. So we need a framework which is contemporary. So the framework which was designed in 1956 in the form of the UGC Act may not be relevant for future, so a new framework is required. Similarly, there was a over-regulation and duplication. We had UGC, which was the main regulatory body for the Higher Education Commission. At the same time, we had 17 statutory professional councils who were looking after the different, say, professions. For example, AICT was looking after engineering technology, National Medical Commission for medical, dental council, nursing council. So many councils are there. And NCT was there for the education. So over regulation and duplication was there. Therefore, this bill was required. NEP mandate was also for a light but tight regulation. So again, that was we wanted to have a new bill which talks about light but tight regulation. And then global competitiveness, which is there, that yes, higher education institutions now must perform at a global level. So global competence has to be there. So the new regulatory architecture under VBSA is that now there will be a central body called VBSA, and there will be 3 verticals of the VBSA. These will be the Accreditation Council, Regulatory Council, and the Standard Council. So the Regulatory Council will be like UGC, regulating the functions of higher education, means issuing the regulations and all. There will be accreditation council, which will be like NAC, but this accreditation council will be a meta accreditation agency, which will be accrediting as well as accrediting different agencies who will accredit the higher education institutions. Because right now also you would be knowing that NAC has not been able to achieve the accreditation of more than 30% of the universities and 20% of the colleges. So a lot remains to be done. Therefore, this accreditation council will be accrediting the multiple accreditation agencies. And then there is a standard council, which will be basically setting up standards, curriculum, what credit frameworks. So all this will be done by the standards council. These are the institutions covered under the bill. One is like all the INIs are covered. Right now, UGC bill doesn't cover the INIs, but this VBSA bill will cover all the INIs. It will cover state and state central and state universities, all the affiliated and constituent colleges. It will cover institutions governed under any act, whether it is Architects Act, AICT Act, NCT Act, open and distance education, and institutions of eminence. But what it will not cover is, like, there are different councils for, say, National Medical Commission. So anything related to medical will not be covered, anything related to legal will not be covered. Then when we talk of medical, nursing, dental, veterinary, all these councils will also not be covered. Rehabilitation council will not be covered, physiotherapy will not be covered, pharmacy will not be covered, Ayush will not be covered, so which will include homeopathy, and all these councils will not be covered under this bill. So what are the key policy reforms in this bill? One is graded autonomy, means the institutions which are accredited higher will be given more autonomy, and the ones which are accredited lower will be getting the less autonomy. There will be greater transparency. There's a there's a provision in the bill that there will be a public disclosure. So a lot of self disclosure by the higher education institutions will be there, so that the institutions or the regulatory authorities or now VBSA, they do not have to encroach upon the functioning of the higher education institutions. Then, as given in the NEP, degree awarding status will be given to the accredited colleges. So some days before, you must have received a letter from the UGC saying that the affiliated colleges will also be eligible for the deemed university status. So the intention is to abolish the accreditation system, affiliation system as given in the NEP, de-affiliate all the colleges, and then give the degree awarding power to the colleges. Internationalization, two-way internationalization means our students should be going there, their students should also be there. Even in a 2+2 program or a 3+1 program, it should be two-way. Our students should go there, but at the same time, their students should also come there. Then accreditation framework will be outcome-based. It will not be input-based. And then swift coercive action, in the sense that if any institution, because it is based on self-disclosure, so if any institution is doing anything wrong, if they are not following any rules, regulations, there will be a penalty actions, coercive action will be there against them. This is the governance architecture. So there will be a central body called Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan, that is the commission. So that commission will be having a chairperson and 12 more members. And out of those 12 members, the 12 members, I mean, the constitution will be that the president of all the three councils, means regulatory council, accreditation council, and standard council, they will be the members of that. Secretary higher education in the Ministry of Education will be the member. 2 professors from state higher education institutions will be the member. There will be 5 eminent experts and 1 member secretary who will be the CEO, and he has to be the secretary of the Government of India, either former or present. So this is the constitution of the commission. Then regulatory council will consist of president plus 14 members. Again, the president will be appointed by the search committee. But out of the 14 members, 3 will be the professors for institutions of national eminence, institutions of national importance. 2 will be the eminent distinguished academicians. 1 will be the academic from the state higher education institution. 1 will be the state government, means the first one was state university, second one is state government or the UT nominee, which will be on rotation. 1 will be the nominee of Council of Architecture. Then there will be a nominee of Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. There will be 2 eminent experts, 2 nominees, 1 each from Accreditation and Standard Council. And member secretary, again, the member secretary will be a person who has been or who is the joint secretary in the Government of India. Then there will be an accreditation council, which will be doing the like working like a meta accreditation agency. This will also have president plus 14 members, and out of the 14 members, two will be eminent distinguished academicians, two will be the academic distinguished academicians from the state, one nominee of Council of Architecture, three professors from institutions of national importance. There will be one nominee of Department of Higher Education, two eminent experts, two nominees, one from Regulatory and Standard Council. Means in each council, the nominees from the other two councils are there, and in the main council, all the three nominees are there. And then again, there will be one member secretary who will be the person, means former or the present joint secretary in the Government of India. Then there will be a standard council which will be setting up the standards. Here also president plus 14 members, two eminent distinguished academicians, one eminent distinguished academician from state higher education institution, one state government nominee, one nominee of the Council of Architecture, three professors from institutions of national importance, two eminent experts, one nominee of the Department of Higher Education, and two nominees, one from Regulatory and the Accreditation Council. So this is the composition of the three committees. Compliance, as I told you, is a very coercive actions will be there. So if the if the provisions of the bill are not met, there will be penalties. So first penalty and the first contravention will be around 10 lakh of rupees, and there will be a notice and opportunity to rectify, and then penalty will be given if the in the specified period that is not rectified. If you repeat the anomaly second time, that is in the repeated contravention, there will be a penalty plus possible removal of responsible person plus review of the autonomy status plus grant withholding along with the penalty of up to 30 lakhs. Similarly, if you again, third time, if you repeat, then the persistent continuing contravention, if it is there, then there will be a penalty of up to 75 lakhs. There will be a suspension of degree or rights to confer a degree. There will be de-affiliation in case of colleges, and there will be a recommendation for closure. So this is severe penalty clauses are there, and but while all these penalties are there, the interest of the students will be protected, and it will not impact the students because the students will be taken care of. Of course, there is an appeal mechanism in which appeal can be given to the Government of India. Then there will be a transition, means this is for the institutions which are already functioning. So this will be the transition mechanism. Implications for implications for the universities are that this will be a path to institutional autonomy through accreditation. Degree awarding power will be given to high performing colleges, so that in future there will be something like 14 to 15,000 degree awarding institutions. There will be a single regulator. Right now there are UGC, AICT, NCT, so this multiplicity will be avoided. There will be international campuses, and technology driven outcome based accreditation will be there. Areas which require vigilance will be mandatory real-time public disclosure of all finances systems needed. So sometimes some of the universities, they are not very much ready to do the public disclosure, especially in the financial matters, but then this will be mandatory. Autonomy is conditional on accreditation. So institutions must prepare for autonomy. They have to go in for the autonomy because the autonomy and the accreditation are linked together. Central government retains overriding and directional powers. Appeal to central government only. I mean, there is no tribunal, there is no mechanism of tribunal, so appeal has to be the central government only, and rules and regulations to be framed post enactment. So engaging stakeholders for a Viksit Bharat higher education. So what are the issues which we want to flag, where we want to have a view of all the members of the AIU? One is federal imbalance. I told you the composition of various councils, and you must have seen that in each council there is a membership three members are from the institutions of national importance, which are catering to less than 2% of the students in our country. So 88% of the students are coming from central universities, state universities, and deemed to be universities. But we do not have a representation of these. Do you have to say anything with regard to that? So federal imbalance means, and the central government, state government representation is also very, very little. So should we say something about that? Absence of research funding body. In the national education policy, there was a fourth vertical of higher education grant council. So grants were being given by the one of the verticals of the HACI. Now that is absent. So should we recommend regarding that? Third, limitations of VBSA in enabling multidisciplinary higher education. So when the VBSA or HACI was thought of, it was felt that as an institution, one institution, if they are multidisciplinary institutions, so if they have medical, engineering, law, nursing, all these subjects are there, they have to go to different councils. So they have to go to medical council, they have to go to dental council, nursing council, bar council, AICT, and rehabilitation council, whatever they are dealing with. Now after the bill, the institutions have to go to a single council, HACI, plus medical, dental, nursing, rehabilitation, bar council, because all of that is outside the purview of the bill. So should we recommend that the government should bring all together, because the issue of the higher education institutions is not resolved if we keep only NCT, AICT, and UGC together. So how to bring other councils inside the bill? And research funding also, of course ANRF is established, but in the bill there is no mention of research funding. Then bureaucratic overreach, I was telling you that every council, means the main as well as the three councils, the member secretary, or who will be the COE, is either secretary for the main bill or joint secretary for all the three bills. So should it be academician or academic administrator or a bureaucrat is okay for the bill? So we want your opinion on that. Second, overlapping roles and missing problems, overlapping of functioning in some places. Like I was seeing that the regulatory council and the standard council, regulatory council was looking like an implementation body and standard council was looking like a regulatory body. There seemed to be an overlapping role. Graded autonomy is there. Who benefits from the graded autonomy? That has to be seen. Then one more thing which we noticed was that the accreditation council is a meta accrediting body. It is accrediting the higher education institutions. At the same time, it is also accrediting institutions itself. So will it constitute a conflict of interest? Like same body accrediting institutions, at the same time they're also recognizing the accrediting agencies. So does it constitute conflict of interest? Foreign universities, again, many private universities come to us and they say that there is not a level playing field between the foreign universities and the Indian private universities. So sometimes the foreign universities are poaching their students, sometimes they are poaching their faculty, and then the norms like this much of land area, that is not applicable to the foreign universities. So should there be a clause on that? And discipline bias also, like our institutions have to go to various agencies for approval, but the foreign institutions, whether they have to go or not, that is not very clear. So this has to be spoken about. So these are some of the issues which we have flagged, but there can be many more issues which can come up during the discussion. So we are just giving this very, very brief presentation so that we can talk to you and decide what is to be sent from the AIU as a collective opinion of the universities for the VBSA that can be sent to the Government of India as well as to the JPC, who has been constituted to look after the bill. Thank you very much, and suggestions are welcome. Sir, mic दे दो ना, mic. मुझे लगता है you can come here and speak. I will go there and I will note down what all you are saying.
I am Professor Prahalad Joshi, Vice Chancellor Kumar Bhaskar Verma, Sanskrit and Ancient Studies, University Nalbari, Assam. So when I saw the council membership, where professors are included, but nowhere it is representation of vice chancellors. Either present or former vice chancellors are not at all included. Those who are having more experience, professors may be of 10 years old, something like that. Vice chancellors present and former also should be included. Thank you.
Any other suggestions, please?
All right. Thank you. I am Tej Pratap from Shri Shri University. Uh, Whatever is presented to us, I think my colleagues will notice there's quite a contradiction. First contradiction you would see is between center and the states. Don't you think this bill, as if it has been prepared in Delhi and it is for Delhi and by Delhi, for Delhi, and something like that? Uh, just hearing, madam, what they have planned is, I think it's been rightly said that there is no place for universities as such for vice chancellors. We would be silent spectators or listeners and following that. I do not know how that covers. More important, what I have seen over the past 5 years since 2020, states are making their own regulatory things on NEP. There's quite a contradiction. In original NEP document, I've been party to that because of agriculture education that I was heading as chairman. Actually, there is no mention of many of these things. How do you relate to state universities? This once this bill is implemented, a lot of us vice chancellor will be really very confused and in contradiction. Whatever is passed by the regulatory commissions in Delhi or asked to implement, states may not agree. Funding comes from states. If the states are not made stakeholders, I'm not very sure whether it would be possible to implement many of these things. And all of us are presently strained because of financial constraints. All state universities, private universities, there's something missing on that. And finally, it is very rightly said by Madam itself. Where is that research funding? It's already been squeezing, and there was a space created. Fourth pillar has been very nicely, silently removed. Thank you very much.
I am Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Vice Chancellor of Savita University, Chennai. Madam, thank you for this nice presentation. Now, question is, if there was a need to create such a body which brings together under its umbrella all the different councils, so they must have identified the challenges being faced currently. Whether this bill is going to address all those challenges effectively, that is little doubtful, because there is multiplicity here also. As you rightly mentioned, there are several councils out of the ambit of this bill, and I feel very strongly that they all should be brought under one umbrella. This is number one. Number two, I echo the concerns of our earlier speaker, sir, that research has to be given, innovations have to be given a deep priority, very strong priority. If we have to meet with the aspiration of Viksit Bharat, ANRF has been created, and it is mostly industry driven, and the funding comes from industry as well. So that is supposed to be a product oriented, but then the research in the university has to be given impetus in a manner that our own students start startups while they are studying. Number one. Number two, there should be a clear direction as to what step by step approach, hand holding approach, that if we say that they should be employment generators, wealth creators, then is there a pipeline, or is there a way that we can do hand holding and give them direction, so that this is not a talk only, but this we walk the talk, and we come to that sort of a particular uh, one can say that, ambition is achieved, as the aspiration is. This is another one. Secondly, the funding. Deemed to be universities are self-dependent. We generate our own money and we put into the system. But we are part of the India growth story, and we play a very significant role in that. Why stepmotherly treatment to certain universities? I mean, the funding should also flow to those which are performing universities. There can be a criteria set, that, if you perform like this, your status is this, then you will be eligible for this kind of, the grading can be done, this kind of funding. So I strongly believe that if we have to meet the aspirations of Viksit Bharat, on which this bill is named, then we have to really have very clear steps as to how, and the timelines as to how we will be able to reach those aspirations if we bring about these changes. I don't think it is visible there. It is only an adjustment being done, and bureaucratic reshuffle is being done. As is rightly said, the representation is very poor as far as universities are concerned. It is bureaucratically heavy, and bureaucrats never give space to technocrats. That is known. But I think it's time to voice our concern as vice chancellors, and this is the right forum that we should voice our concern, that there should be really level playing field, and the foreign universities should also be brought under the ambit of this. They should also be regulated in the same way as we are regulating our own Indian universities, because otherwise, if they are given a free hand, then obviously they will finally take over, and we should not create more Eastern India companies. Thank you so much.
Just I have one observation. Vice Chancellor of Sakalchan Patel University. When education policy was rolled out, we had a.
Can you give papers to everybody? If they want to write, then also we can combine. Just send a suggestion paper to everybody so that we can have it.
Can I continue? So,
ठीक.
when NEP was rolled out, our GR was 27.5%, and what was targeted by 2035, we wanted to achieve 50%. What is the story of the last 5 years? As of today, if GR is 30% conservative way, I think we could increase only 2.5%. We started our journey with 27.5. If I had another 20 or 2.5, right now we are 30. So every year we are missing 1 point, and already we have lost a 5 point in GR increase. So if same way will continue, and every week probably one university is getting formed in India, that is the history of last 5 years. More university also will come in picture. Foreign universities are coming. If there is no pipeline, then how financial model would be sustained? Is a great question mark. With big hope, we started NEP, wanted a 50% GR, but the story tells very clearly, data science tells very clearly, we could achieve hardly 2.5 in last 5 years. So 5 point we have missed in 5 years. If same story will continue for the next 10 years, better 2035, probably will be missing another 10 points. So there is a serious discussion required. What is the way out? My suggestion. For working professionals, if rules and regulations are slightly diluted in terms of attendance or other things, and simply measure the outcome, then probably we will be able to meet the target of GR. Otherwise, we have only 4 crore students, and from 4 crore students making 5 crore, 6 is not an easy task, and more universities, so finance will go down. So that is a serious, otherwise financial model of all the universities, 1300 universities will be at stake. So it's a serious observation.
Anybody else, please?
Myself, Professor Uddhav Bhosle. So my most important suggestion is on the council, representatives of the management of deemed as well as state private university, along with the vice chancellor should be there. Only the representation of vice chancellor doesn't help. Representation of management of deemed as well as state private university should be there on the council. Second one, everybody is talking about multidisciplinary education as on today. So when we talk about multidisciplinary education, I personally feel the Medical Council of India, then
legal education must be under the ambit of this bill. This is the most important one. And the third important thing is, as we see when we talk about the funding, so there is absolutely no funding for deemed universities as well as state uh, private universities. So some mechanism should be developed to ensure that a substantial amount of funding should be given for deemed universities as well as state private universities who are doing extremely well. So these are my three suggestions, and I personally feel that there should be a long debate, there should be a long discussion on this bill, because this bill is changing the education scenario of our country. At the same time, we have allowed foreign universities to set up their campuses in India. I personally feel कि इसके ऊपर बहुत सारी चर्चा होनी चाहिए. And I also request AIU to have the special session on this one so that we get more inputs or more discussion, and this kind of decision we may forward it to the central government. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I make a point here? Yeah. Yeah, this is Professor Utpal Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. I would reiterate the same thing, but it has to, the more voices should be there that all the council, this is exclusive bill. We have to make inclusive, right? We cannot make the exceptions to the other councils because there are very burning issues regarding this. Another point that was already covered, we are from the public university, state university typically, and in that, most of the fundings that channelize from the, like for example, we are a Meru University under PM Usha. So, that under Meru we got 100 crore, but then there is a 60-40 kind of a ratio. This means state has a very loud voice in executing not only NEP but also to the fundings and other things. So in all these bodies that is there, I think the state should have, because eventually for the state university, the fund comes from the majority of the fund comes from the state governments. So I think we should keep in mind that otherwise, if we exclude them, then there will be problem of execution of the any of the programs that we plan to do. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Professor Ashok Kalur, Vice Chancellor from Kodagu University, Karnataka. I will take 5 minutes because we had one interesting deliberations, in Karnataka, and the objective of the consultation. We had a consultation of several vice chancellors in Bangalore, and the idea was to examine the key provisions of the VBSA Bill 2025, and then identify some gaps and implementation challenges. And then also we looked at generating certain evidence-based recommendations for the stakeholders, and then see how we can support the development of a robust and future-ready higher education framework. I would like to go clause-wise. If you look at the observations on the clause 1, 2, and 4, which talks about the scope and purpose of the Act, the salient features here are the establishing a new regulatory framework for higher education institutions, align institutional governance with NEP 2020, and promote minimal, but effective regulation based on the outcomes. The observations that we did on this is the framework provides comprehensive scope covering universities, affiliated colleges, and institutions of national importance. The emphasis on autonomy and accountability was widely appreciated. The concerns here, transition from existing regulatory ecosystem may create operational challenges. This was one of the major concerns raised by the vice chancellors. And also there's a lack of clarity regarding coordination with existing professional councils and also the state institutions. And what we recommended is there's a need for clearly defined transition roadmap that should be developed for the institutional adaptation. This is one point from our side. And with regard to clauses 5 and 6, which talks about the constitution of the commission, the salient features here are it establishes VBSA Commission as an apex regulatory body, includes representation from councils, academicians, and experts. The observations are the consolidation of multiple regulators is expected to improve the policy coherence. The concerns here is limited representation of industry stakeholders and also from the states. There's a very limited participation from the state also. And also there's a potential risk of excessive centralization and then lack of clear accountability framework for evaluating commission's decision. Then the recommendations, what we came out for this observations are introduce proper representation from industry and the innovative sectors, strengthen the participation of state governments in the governance structure, and then establish a transparent review and accountability framework for commission decisions. Then on clause 9, which talks about the strategic direction for higher education, the salient features here are promoting multidisciplinary institutions, encouraging integration of Indian knowledge systems, and the support for regional language accessibility. The important observation on this clause was interdisciplinary education and research collaborations were widely supported. The concerns raised were the current system continues to emphasize rote learning. A significant employability gap persists among the graduates, with only 10% of the engineering graduates securing employment. And the important recommendations on this is encourage learning-centered institutional models instead of teaching-based models. Then strengthen industry collaboration and skill development initiatives. With regard to clauses 10 and 16, which talks about governance, accreditation, and academic standards, the observations here are accreditation continues to be central and maintaining educational quality. The concerns raised here are financial transparency and commercialization in private institutions, outdated curricula in several universities, and lack of dedicated HR governance systems in many institutions. The recommendations on this clause include strengthen accreditation process and then establish institutional HR and governance frameworks, ensure regular curriculum updates aligned with industry needs, integrate digital systems for transparency, then improve transparency through public disclosure of institutional data. Then on clause 16, which talks about the degree granting powers, the salient feature of this is it restricts degree granting authority to the recognized institutions. The observations were providing safeguards against fraudulent institutions and degree bills. Recommendation is strengthening monitoring and enforcement to prevent misuse. Then on clauses 33 and 36 with regard to penalties and student protection, the concerns raised here are existing enforcement mechanisms may be inadequate. Institutional penalties may indirectly affect the students, because if you put penalty to the student, to the institution, they will take it from the students. The recommendations here are strengthen enforcement provisions and increase penalties for violations, introduce clear timelines and safeguards to ensure students' continuity, and also consider blacklisting or debarring non-compliant institutions and develop regulatory safeguards to protect students' interests. Then the internationalization of higher education. Basically, in this, the concerns raised were high cost of foreign campuses may lead to commercialization and reduced accessibility. Ensuring academic standards and faculty quality abroad is really challenging. The suggestions were establish a structured training and certification systems for the faculty, and then begin international expansion through specialized programs before full campuses. Overall, what we suggested is introduce industry representation in governance structure, improve the representation of the state in the governance structure, strengthen participation of state governments in regulatory processes, establish transparent accountability and review mechanisms, align curricula with industry requirements and employability goals, promote interdisciplinary education and Indian knowledge systems, strengthen accreditation frameworks and financial transparency, protect students from the academic disruption, especially during the regulatory actions. So these are some of the things. We will definitely pass it on to you, sir. These were some of the discussions that emerged during the conclave of vice chancellors in Karnataka. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. I will share it with you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Gupta. I am representing one agriculture and technical university. Ma'am, in this entire bill, we all know that 65% of our population indirectly depends upon agriculture, 42% directly depends upon agriculture. There is mention about various councils, but no mention about ICRs. In conventional, traditional agricultural universities in our country, this is very important, ma'am, they all were focusing on agricultural sciences. We have, under DY Patil Group, we have taken a very bold step to align agricultural sciences with technology. So we started a private agriculture and technical university where agricultural engineering, technology, agribusiness management, food technology, food sciences, they are all brought together. Looking to this bill, we only understand one thing, the government is diluting only AICT and UGC, bringing together. Actually, no other councils are brought into the ambit of this bill. Then what's the need? Part one. Part two, earlier, I think Dr. Pawar also knows, and in 2017, the central government took a call to set up a national fee commission. We call it as a national fee committee. Ma'am, you understand the pains of the private universities. In each and every state, there is a fee regulatory committee. Every committee in each and every state has different norms. A SCZ set up for foreign universities about 100 kilometers from here, Mumbai, where a private university for a BBA course is charging 8.5 lakhs of rupees. And the entire university is set up in a campus of 3 acres. Whereas a A++ university ranked consecutively 7 years in NIRF is going to the state fee regulatory committee, and committee says your fee approved is only 94,000. Where we can bring the parity, where we can bring all together. Third point from my side is looking into this entire bill, the states which are very progressive in education from a very longer time, since Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, they started the privatization of professional education 40, 50 years back. So representation of states in all the councils is so poor that it is on rotation basis. It may come to a small state where only 4 universities are there, whereas a state where there are about 80, 85 universities, which is contributing about 20% of the GER, there is no representation. So can the representation of state government will be increased? The freedom of the state governments is taken back. Yesterday, the government of Maharashtra, you all might have read the newspaper, they have constituted a special committee under Sri Bhushan Patwardhanji, who was our guest and speaker 2 days back, for granting the state university status to the all government engineering colleges or government colleges which are performing well. So in this bill, every time we have to run to Delhi. So where is the freedom of the state? So these are my suggestion, recommendation, particularly for agriculture. You please take care. And last one, that we are talking about multidisciplinary. In this bill, where is multidisciplinary?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we can wind up now.
So we have a question.
Questions? Yes, yes. You can give it because we have to. We are also couriers.
I'll be very, very brief. We should not become couriers now. We are the top academicians of this country, and therefore we have to change our role, and therefore we are here. My first question, Madam and the President, is the government of India, the Parliament has appointed a JPC. Are you listening?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So
my information may be wrong, but the JPC has been asked to submit their report by March. Am I right?
No.
Yeah. Okay, so they might have extended, but the earlier date was March, 31st March. But anyway, that is a great thing. So what we could have done is, in fact, in this gathering, we could have invited them, one of the member of JPC, so that we could have told them what exactly the universities are facing and what exactly needs to be brought in change. And micro level suggestions we cannot give in this bill.
We have requested the JPC to invite AIU as a
Yeah.
party, and that's why
Yeah.
we are doing a brainstorming from here. Madam has also written a letter, and
Yeah.
I have also sent a personal message to Srimati Punnyansi Devi
So
that AIU should be listened because it is one of the body of vice chancellors, and that's how the madam is deliberating today.
Oh, that is great.
If we are getting the suggestions, then we will compile it, and then also circulate to all the members if they want to add in it, and then we'll go with full preparation and give our kind
so
of.
may I just finish my
Sir,
things
not
and
only
then
this,
you
we
can.
have also written a letter to all the universities.
I know.
Please give your observations on the VBSA bill, which can be compiled and sent to the JPC. So we are also receiving suggestions on that communication. But this was an additional session which we held so that we can have it from the horse's mouth.
That is great. I am not questioning
And
the
informally
efforts.
also we have met some members and have told our concerns about that. Informally.
Very good.
not
So I
formally.
am not questioning the efforts of the office of the Association of Indian Universities, but in the interest of each one of us and all the young people of this nation, this is a good exercise, but we must prepare a very, very professional document. We can have a committee who will prepare, after getting all the suggestions, a very, very professional and pointed suggestion, so that JPC can take some suggestions out of it, so that this policy can become, this bill can become a better bill. One thing, last thing which I would like to suggest is, the bill is talking about accountability, but accountability of others. They should also include accountability of the committees which have been established in this. Otherwise, they all will ask us question, which happens all the time. The apex bodies ask questions, you do it, but what are they doing? That also, that accountability should be included in that. Overall, if we want to succeed, it must be a balanced bill. Central coordination should be on standards with local autonomy, which one of the professor has in details told. So local autonomy should be preserved and protected. That is what I just want to say.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Whatever suggestions you want to give.
So it says Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan. Actually, it is Shiksha Adhishtan for Viksit Bharat. It should be reverse, because it is going to lead to Viksit Bharat. Therefore, you are making changes.
So thank you very
We
much
are
for
already
this nice session. Now we should move to the business session, right? So I will request all the only the members to remain here, who are the members of the AGM, and all others can leave for the professors and all that things. So that will be, sorry, but that has to be there.
Thank you, ma'am, for the detailed introduction. And we are grateful to our esteemed Vice Chancellors for the invaluable perspectives. As suggested by Sir, may I now request the Vice Chancellors to kindly stay back in the auditorium, and the rest can kindly vacate and be back at 12:30 p.m. for the valedictory session.
At what time?
12:30 p.m. For the AIU business session and AIU general body session, I now request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and Vice Chancellor CSGM University Kanpur, to chair the session. I also would like to request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to co-chair the session. I thank dear all for kindly vacating the auditorium for us to begin with the AIU general session and business session. One kind announcement, all the vice chancellors who are members of AIU are requested to kindly stay back in the auditorium. May I kindly repeat, all the vice chancellors who are members of AIU to kindly stay back in the auditorium. Thank you.
So we can start, please. So we welcome all the esteemed members and our fellows in this 100th annual meeting, general session, which is held here. So I welcome you all on the behalf of Association of Indian Universities. I will request Secretary General Madam to start.
Sure. A very good morning to all of you. Yes. So a very good morning to all of you and welcome to the 100th AGM. It is around 11. At 12 we have the valedictory session, so we'll try to do it fast. But of course the comments of all the members are welcome. So I'll straight away go to the agenda items. There are many agenda items which have been sent by many universities. So when that agenda item comes, we'll request the university vice chancellor to come and explain what they want in that agenda item. The first one is to confirm the minutes of the 99th AGM. So we did not receive any comments. So should we take it as confirmed?
Yes, please.
Second is to report the action taken on the 99th AGM, which was held in the online mode on 30th of June. All the actions have been taken. The report has been sent to all the members. So can we take the action taken as noted?
Yes.
Next is, sorry.
Next is the 4 reports which we have got from the zonal
To consider
vice
the
chancellors.
recommendations of the North Zone Vice Chancellors meet held from 9th to 10th December at Lovely Professional University, Fagwada. Similarly, North Zone, East Zone, West Zone, South Zone, all the reports are there. So we'll take it as noted because all the 5 state zonal conferences are there. Now we have the suggestions which were received from various members. One is to consider the agenda item on guidance on overseas universities for academic collaboration. Is Professor Rath here?
I don't think.
So Professor Rath sent a item that AIU should provide guidance on how to have collaboration between Indian and foreign universities. That we are already doing by way of Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education, which has been established by AIU. So that is being done because Dr. Rath is not there. We'll then go to the next item. Next is to consider agenda item on new dimension in the development of sports in the country, received from Dr. Hirendra Nath Sarma. Are you there?
Yes,
Come.
please. You can take the mic from there.
Huh.
You can give a mic. So can you be brief on this matter, what you want and
Just I will tell you the points, whatever I have put it down here.
Yes.
The sports university has emerged as a new dimensions in the development of sports in the country. And everybody of you know the government of India has taken the policies contributing significantly towards building a healthy and active society. In this regard, initiatives of the government of India such as Khelo India, Fit India have further strengthened the importance of the sports. Education and participation. In view of this national initiative, sports universities may be granted greater academic autonomy. That is our main point. In designing implementation of course curriculum aimed at promoting sports and physical education among citizens of all age groups from childhood to the elderly, because sports university objective is something different than the other universities. We cannot give a PhD degree to elderly person like that one. It is begins in very early age and finish it by mid of age. Number two, sports universities may also be empowered to introduce a wide range of sports related and conventional academic subjects, keeping in view of the objective of fostering the holistic development of knowledge, skills, and characters among the students. It should not be considered as a sports, though you cannot initiate the other subjects. That should not be. Since my university, the Sri Sri Aniruddha Sports University is a state university, sometimes they ask the question, why you have started the Department of Economics? But it should not be. It because sports economics is a different subject. So that type of discussion should be here. Number three is that one, sports universities may be authorized as recognized institutions to offer teachers training program, including integrated B.Ed programs with sports as a major disciplines, which would significantly strengthen sports education in school level. Because sports is primarily we have to give emphasis on schools and colleges, and in schools and colleges we need the teachers. And nowadays everybody of you know that B.Ed education is a mandatory for teachers. So the sports universities should also be initiate the integrated B.Ed program so that they can produce the teachers who can teach both sports and other subjects in colleges and schools also. Next one is sports universities may also be permitted to introduce specialized academic programs in emerging areas such as sports engineering. It's a new department, new branches. Since we are going for the Viksit Bharat, universities should be the epicenter of all sports related development. So sports engineering, sports medicine, another area for which we have to take the permission of medical council. But now it should be a new thinking that this permission from medical council should not be there. As a university, they have the autonomy to introduce the sports medicine, sports laws, sports forensic science, and many other such type of super specialty area of sports. I am using the word super specialty because I think you know that one. In last January 23rd and 24th in LNIP, which is one of the pioneering Institute of Sports in Gwalior, Lakshmibai Institute of Sports Institute. There, the Secretary of Government of India, Mr. Rao, he told that sports university at present, for your information, I am telling that one, the government of India has established 10 sports universities in India. And Rao told that one, the universities should go for super specialty areas in sports. So keeping that view, University of Sports Universities should be more autonomous. This matter may kindly be communicated to the competent authorities of the government of India for appropriate considerations. My last appeal is that one, the degrees, diplomas, and certification awarded by sports universities should be duly recognized at national and international level for employment, training, and professional purposes without any hindrance from non-educational sports authorities. Why I have proposed this one, that as on today, or you can say few years back, 10 years back, sports of India is controlled by mainly CHAI, Sports Authority of India and federations. Concept of sports university has come very lately in India. So there are many degrees and not degrees. SAI cannot give the degrees, but recognitions. There are many recognition of players that if they do some courses under that organization, just like SAI or some other federations, then that programs is only considered for the services, for their employment. But my appeal is that one, university will give all certificates, diplomas, degrees, masters, undergraduate, even PhD also. All degrees, diplomas, and certificates should be considered by Government of India for any type of employment in the nation. Okay. So these are my submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your elaborated discussions. I think sports universities are new, and when I met the sports minister last month, I also deliberated on similar points. I will request Secretary General Madam to make a committee of 3 or 4 sports vice chancellors, and then you can host an online discussion so that we can have a proper DPR or proper recommendations based on facts. What can be done, what can be we can do, what super specialty we can do, what kind of faculty members you need, whether you need MOUs with Spain and all those things which are very good in sports management. So if you will make, we will forward it to the sports ministry, and we'll try that all of our vice chancellors meet Mansukh Mandavia ji, and we will request for on that. So first, let us be prepared in another 1 month with the deliberations, and I will request you to host an online meeting or offline meeting of 3-4 vice chancellors. I think our LNMI, that madam is also good, and all of you. So you can give us, and then we will make it. Sports points are pertinent. We will also try to see it, because all the universities have got a sports department also. So we'll take 2-3 people from them only. Also, not only the sports university, but where sports are good. Thank you very much. Next agenda, please.
Next is to, this is a agenda item by Professor Kavita Shah, VC of Siddharth University. Are you there?
No, she has got, she's not here, but she said that 12B by UGC and NAC accreditation is blocked. And I think these are 2 important things. So we can write letters to the ministry.
So what she's saying, that 12B is not being given to the universities, means that there's a delay in giving the 12B status. So we'll be telling this.
It's a genuine concern, and we should write on behalf of all the university that 12B and NAC is not, actually NAC is blocked. So we can write, and we will write a letter on this. Next, please.
Next is to consider an item on
item on the representation of agriculture universities in technical sessions of various conferences of AIU.
Just a second.
That is by Professor Kampoj. Is he there? He was there yesterday, I think.
I think Professor Kampoj has left.
I think this is an important point which I think people have raised about the agriculture, technical, open universities, and now the sports universities. I think this is a well taken points, and
so we thought that we'll be holding a special conference of agricultural universities also.
So I think for open universities, sports universities, medical universities, and technical universities, these are specialized universities, and we should hold a 1-day kind of a conference. And so we will write to the universities who wants to host, like an autonomous college. And in next session, we will do this.
Okay.
Next, please.
Next is to consider agenda item on establishing national collaborative platform for sustainable agriculture among Indian universities. So this is again by Dr. Kamboj. So in that conference, we can discuss this too.
Yes.
This again is by Dr. Kamboj to consider an agenda item on collaboration between Indian Institutes of Technology and agricultural universities. So this was the one of the main agenda items, that how agriculture and technology can combine together. So this again will take up in the.
I think we will request Dr. B.R. Kamboj, because IIT Kharagpur has got a very good department in the agriculture, technologies and agriculture. So we can request them. 10th.
Next is to consider an item on provision of government-funded pension scheme for university employees in India, received from Dr. Vimla Dunkwal. Are you there, Dr. Vimla? Okay.
Actually, pension is an important issue which pertain to the state government. And I think recently we have seen a ugly face where one of the vice chancellors of our Rajasthan University, P.K. Sharma, got manhandled and all those things. In fact, I have written a letter, and I have written also a letter to the chancellor as well as the chief minister for that. So that's a very, very tricky thing because that only depends on the state government.
We'll forward it to the Rajasthan government.
State government, because the pension liability and the salary liability. I think Professor Sharma from Kota Open University was there. I have seen him. I don't know now from Open University. This is there is a situation at Rajasthan.
In any case, we'll send it to the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we will
actually these are I think becoming a problem in lot of states, not only in Rajasthan.
So we will send it to all the state governments. We will send it to all the state governments.
Good morning. One added point. See, in Karnataka, I am Dr. Ramchandra Gowda from Garden City University, Bangalore. So in Karnataka, recently government has sent a circular to all the universities that so aided colleges are getting 100% pension from the treasury. Government colleges are getting, but university teachers, they are put a rider that 30% of your pension should be raised from the are given from internal resources. It's why only for university teachers. Okay, so we request AIU to do something in this regard, please.
Actually,
big burden to universities.
Actually, I as a vice chancellor have worked in 2-3 states. So I will just tell you one thing, that in Rajasthan, they have said the university has to do, and the university were affiliating nature, so they don't have funds. In our state, half of the university are getting from treasury. The best part is that all the universities should fight and say that treasury, because the pension is the right of the professors and people. This is before the new pension scheme, because new pension scheme they handle in a different situation. So that should be done by treasury only. For that we should fight actually. It can't be with the university or all. If anything we will happen, then they just slur on that kind of a thing.
No, so the tragedy is, see, aided colleges are getting from treasury, government college retired teachers getting from treasury. Why only university teachers they put in?
That is what the major fight is for the university. To get it from the treasury, not from the internal.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Because universities are created by state, and that is their liability to give the pensions.
And in Karnataka, there are some universities having only 10-15 colleges that are government colleges. How can they raise the resources? How can they pay pension?
That is happening.
Yes, sir.
So that's why we'll write about this to all the.
When NEP will come, everybody will be awarding institutions. Then the affiliating university is going to go. Then how they will get the income?
Thank you.
Oh, so we'll write to all the states.
All the state governments will write.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir. Telangana
So,
is a state.
It's not riches, sir. Recently, the government of Telangana, they are giving salaries and pensions through treasury. So they made some IFMS portal, and they're giving two different components. One is like the present employee's salary, and other one a pension. So through treasury we are getting.
Okay.
That is a recent. It's a recent development.
A lot of states are giving. Not only.
Yeah.
The moment you retire.
Yes.
I think if you can give us a concept paper, what is happening in Telangana, we will write.
We'll give the example of your state and then mention it.
Sure.
Next point, please.
Thank you.
Next is again an agenda item from Dr. Bimla Dankwal. She is talking about the uniform retirement age policy in the Indian university systems.
Actually, that is a state subject, but we can write that it should be as per the UGC.
Because UGC in its regulations does recommend a retirement age, but some states agree to that, some do not agree to that. So she is wanting that it should be a uniform policy.
We can write it.
Sir,
Next.
I would like to just put across one point here. Now, for the benefit of some people, you should not say that. See, some universities are having less number of colleges, some are having big. So that should not be used as a statement to bring down some other university. Whether it is single or n number, performance of the university is important.
Pension or age of retirement?
What, madam?
Are you talking of pension or age of retirement?
No. Number of colleges somebody mentioned just now. See, it should not be this thing.
So let me make it clear that we are just telling that once we are implementing NEP and the new education policy, we are moving towards the unitary universities. So universities are universities. We are not bothered that how many colleges.
That's fine,
in
sir.
10
In
years, all the colleges.
our state, Karnataka state, this is happening. That's what I was mentioning.
Okay.
Performance has to be shown.
Okay. Next, please, ma'am.
So next was about the uniform age of retirement that we have taken care. We'll be writing to the state governments. Next is for proposal for inclusion recognition of the post of Vice Chancellor in the framework of Constitution of India to strengthen governance and autonomy of universities.
I have not understood what she's trying to say.
She is not there, so
we can make it more clear that where
in the framework of Constitution of India.
I don't know. Please. Next, please.
To consider an agenda item on establishment of an artificial intelligence cell.
That we can help her. So you can write a letter to her. So if she needs a consultancy, we have got a professor. So he's doing a lot of work. So we can request him to go to the agriculture university at Kota.
Next is to
if they don't give TA and DA because Rajasthan is hypnotics.
Next is an item from Dr. M.L. Gaur. Are you there? Dr. M.L. Gaur, Kaziranga University. बाहर के हैं अभी.
Okay.
अच्छा, Dr. Gaur has mentioned that positioning the Northeast as a national demonstration zone for NEP implementation. So he's saying that there's a lot of implementation that should be, so that we will include in the best practices.
If you can give us the success stories there, we can circulate it to all member universities.
So we have also written a letter to all the universities that we want to compile the best practices of all the universities. So like this, many more best practices will be there in various universities.
We can make a portal, ma'am. And if a portal is there, then everybody can put in that kind of a form and format. So that everybody else can look about their best practices. I think that will be a good idea. But on the kind of a thing and a filtered thing so that it doesn't. So we can make a portal of best practices. That we should make. Next, please.
To consider an agenda item on transforming universities into regional innovation and livelihood hubs received from Dr. M.L. Gaur, VC Kaziranga.
I think both are linked together.
To consider agenda item on design education could be included in one of the technical sessions, that is either on redesigning educational ecosystem to promote Swadeshi or promoting research and development in indigenous technology.
We have done a lot of conferences. But if he has got another idea about what technical session he wants, he can write to us and we can take in the future conferences.
In the future conferences, we can take care of this. Next is to consider agenda on Bharatiya Gyan Parampara and its role in Viksit Bharat through a knowledge economy received from Professor Sinha, GSFC. Are you there, Professor Sinha?
I think we have taken up this, no?
Yes.
Our
in this
last
session.
year theme and this year theme is there. So if he has got some specific thing, what he wants, then we can add into the next conferences at some point.
Next is from Dr. Sridhara. Dr. Sridhar is there. So this is to do the state-approved private universities have sufficient autonomy as those of deemed universities or public universities. So I think, this is again a state subject. Some state private universities have more autonomy than the deemed universities. Also in some they have less. So that is again.
These are the question like which comes first, the egg and chicken. So it is not a solvable problem. But then we can have discussions at one of the conferences about the autonomy.
Next is an agenda item saying that the appointment of vice chancellors must be made at national level for all universities in India.
That we cannot take.
This is from again Dr. Sridhar. So that I don't think anybody will even agree to that at the national level all the vice chancellors should be appointed.
And especially who want to.
हाँ तो आप मतलब what he is suggesting हम add कर सकते हैं that what the VC Osmania is saying that there should be a uniform duration of the tenure of the vice chancellor, that is 5 years.
So that we are writing that was one of the agenda where we are writing that every state should implement the UGC service rules for the vice chancellors regarding the age and salary. That we can write.
Sir, he is talking about the tenure of the vice chancellor.
That is why I'm age and tenure of it.
So we can include that.
But on a jokingly side, I always say sometimes 3 years is also a blessings. You can go on. That is on the joking sense.
Then there is a next agenda item on reintroduction of
Yes.
nowadays school guru is being used for vice chancellors, so that can also be thought of. So next is the reintroduction of equitable research funding received from Professor Goda. Are you there, Professor Goda?
Yes, Professor Gowda, please. What you want to say?
Many universities are suffering from projects because earlier projects were allotted by DST, UGC, and other agencies, but now many agencies are not funding. So therefore, research is hampering the universities, and government is saying that you are not getting high ranks in the international level, state or national level NIF rankings. But there is no funded projects. How can the universities fund these projects? Okay, so you have to get funded projects from national agencies. Okay, so therefore, we request you to impress upon the UGC and other agencies to introduce schemes
UGC
earlier.
is no more agency to give grants.
No, so because others, because
only
we are
gives
paying higher
circular
education, sir,
signing.
we are paying higher education cess. Where that higher education cess goes? Higher education cess will be used only for this purpose earlier. So where is that amount goes? We don't know.
And I think in this bill also they have taken away the fund kind of a thing from this. This.
So
this
now
fund
research
figures.
funding is given by not UGC but ANRF. So ANRF is giving funding to private as well as the government universities. Big projects as well as the small projects, individual grants as well as the institutional grants.
Can we make a policy document how it has to be? See, if we write a letter, it will go into a job. But some
Madam,
of us,
earlier we were also part of granting projects by the UGC and other agencies. But now many universities are
so
not
now-
getting.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so
a-
but
that's
we have to do something in this regard.
UGC
Otherwise,
doesn't-
no,
see-
universities will suffer in quality research.
No. Issue is UGC doesn't have funds,
No,
so it
not
cannot
only
give.
UGC, not only
Therefore,
UGC, other
instead of
agencies.
UGC, you should approach ANRF. The ANRF is giving the projects, so the universities have to approach ANRF.
So I think what we can do at AIU level is that we can select which are the agencies are giving funds and what are the kind of funds on our website or to the members. That will be also a good help to the new members and the old members. That is what, ma'am, we can do because we are in Delhi, so we can talk to other people and can have also web talks and all talks how to get those kind of things. So that will be a good idea for all of us, just to call people because it will be easy for us to call in Delhi in our studio or something and request them to have these kind of talks for the people so that people gets more information and more avenues of funds.
Sir,
Okay.
sir, earlier UGC used to give travel grant. So because of that, many faculty members availed that and benefited. Mutual exchange has done in a rigorous way. Now in the process of internationalization, if funding source stopped, so this particular activity may not be accelerated. That is my feeling.
Travel grant is also included in
travel
ANRF.
grant earlier, I myself used it 4 to 5 times.
नहीं, travel grant ANRF में है. So if you want travel grant, you can approach ANRF.
Our experience is that the ANRF gives funding even to the private universities. We are one of them, where we have submitted projects to ANRF, and we have got the funding. We also have to approach other agencies, right, from BIRAC to DST to other Ministry of Earth Sciences. Many of them, they are providing funds.
I think, madam, it will be a good idea for all of us to have a online conference where we invite the people from these things and to just educate all our members or dean research or all other things. That will be a good idea. So I think in another 15, 20 days or in a month's time, we can call people and maybe an online kind of a session we can have where they will tell about all these ideas and all those things. And then we have got a framework for
there can be even a mutual consultation on the funding mechanisms and the opportunities.
That you can note it down.
कौन?
Department of Health Sciences, Department of Agriculture Sciences, Department of Biological Sciences,
DST,
and of course the DST and all those things.
Okay.
So we will request Professor Abhay Karandikar, who is heading DST. So I will request to have his team for one-day workshop. Then we can always write to DBT, DSTs, and all other mission modes also to just have a conference. So we will hold 3-4 online conferences where there people are there, and then we will tell all the members to.
So we can also have an international funding also.
Yes,
So there
of
are many international funding opportunities also. So
So
both national as well as
funding and grants should be our one idea where we bring people and educate our member universities. So that job we can take, and we will assign Dr. Mamta or one of our people to do this kind of thing. So Dr. Mamta is a good person, so you can tell. So that will be one of the vertical we will. Next, please.
I mean, before I come to the next agenda, there is a attendance sheet because this is the AGM and the business session. The agenda sheet is being circulated. So please, attendance sheet. So please make sure that you sign in that attendance sheet. Okay. Thank you. So next is again from you, sir.
Yeah.
The
Already you have given the answer.
12B.
Okay, yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is to consider agenda item on inclusion of vice chancellors in AIU governing council based on seniority received from Dr. Baba Farid Kot. So AIU GC membership is always on seniority only.
Okay. Next, please.
Next is to consider agenda item on consideration for establishment of a separate governing body position for medical education on the lines of UGC.
That we have said we will do a conference of medical.
Next is to consider an agenda item on implementation status and challenges related to NEP in health sciences.
That we can do in that workshop.
Next is to consider an agenda item on inclusion of environmental humanities in higher education curriculum. Dr. Bora is there?
So we will request Professor Bora to give the elaborated material, work and thing, which we can circulate it to every member university. If they want to include, they can do in their BOS. Next, please.
Next is an agenda.
Agenda on the panel discussion on Wish Guru to Viksit Bharat. So that we can add as one of the agenda item, as one of the, in some of the conference, we can take it, the panel discussion.
Professor Bora is here? No. Next is to consider agenda item on National Framework for Uniform NEP Implementation Monitoring. Professor Chavda is there, isn't it?
National Framework for Uniform NEP Implementation and Monitoring. So what's this? This is happening.
So we, in any case, we are going to get this work, sir, for implementation of NEP. So that we, in any case, will be undertaking.
Okay. Next, please.
To consider agenda item on standardized policy on recognition of contractual ad hoc faculty surveys aligned with UGC regulations received from Dr. Chavda. Dr. Chavda is not here, sir. So we can send it to UGC. That, I mean, what he is talking about is that the contractual and ad hoc faculty service should be counted or not counted. There should be a standardized policy because some universities are counting it and some are not counting it. So there should be a standardized policy.
Okay, that we can write to them. And this is an important point.
Next is to consider an agenda item on AIU Innovation and Inter-University Startup Consortium. Again, Dr. Chavda has sent that.
I think this issue we will take in the new innovation committee, where we have already made Atul Khosla and yourself. So we will take this in the kind of AIU Innovation and Inter-University Startup Consortium, because we are already on this job and we want to change our innovation.
इसमें लिखना अन्वेषण की जो नई कमेटी बनी है ना उसमें.
Yes. Next.
To consider agenda item on national minimum standards for internship and skill-based credit implementation. Again from Dr. Chavda. All the items are from Dr. Chavda only. But he should have been here for taking up his...
So on this also, because we are working on national minimum standard for internship, we will ask Dr. Chavda to have a kind of a meeting and things, and if he can bring some kind of a thing, we will take a help. So we can make a committee out.
Okay.
Next, please.
To consider agenda item on performance-linked infrastructure support for state and self-financing departments.
I think this is one important point which we can write letters to the state government.
State government or UGC?
Yes, both. So just get a detailed paper from him.
Next is introduction of internship model received from Dr. Chavda. The internship model is already actually included in the national education policy, where in every semester, every program, a provision of internship has to be there. And in our first session, we had a Prime Minister internship scheme. There was a presentation from ministry, so that can be taken care of.
So can we write this to Niti Aayog also?
Niti Aayog doesn't have any fellowship schemes.
Okay. But this internship enabled degree program is also included in the Prime Minister internship program.
That is there, plus that apprenticeship embedded program is also there.
Yes.
That was an apprenticeship embedded program.
We will request Mamta Madam also to have this Prime Minister internship model, because 4 days back I have got a presentation. Then the Prime Minister internship model has actually been modified this time. So I think that yesterday also we got. So we can do for every members. So you can have also a workshop on this. Next, online. Yes, they are also
internships in Niti Aayog. That is on policy.
But PM internship program is big, and they have now included, because due to the shortcomings they had earlier. So this new internship program is much better, and they are giving high-ended companies this time. What they have told. Yes.
And Niti internships are not paid internships.
Next.
They're all free internships. Next is to consider an item on review and amendment of re-entry provisions in the CCEUP. Again, Dr. Chavda. That in the curriculum and credit framework for undergraduate programs, that multiple entry and multiple exit, there should be a like uniform policy on that.
32, ma'am, you can take up this item and see what he wants to say. So at the appropriate policy, we can just forward it.
To UGC?
Yes.
Next is to consider agenda item on review policy for awarding UG certificate and diploma without additional 4 credit vocational internship requirements received from Dr. Chavda. What he's saying is that after every year, if you want a certificate, means in multiple exit option, you have to do a 4 credit internship, then only you get that certificate. So he's saying we should do away with that. So as soon as the student has completed first year without additional credits, they should be given the certificate or diploma. IGNOU, they are doing like this. They don't have an internship requirement. We can write to UGC on this.
That's also a good idea. That instead of internship, you can take exams, which is for your pre-qualifications and all that.
You carry.
Next.
That's all.
Okay.
These were the only items for the general session. Now we'll go to the business session. Yes.
About 12B and 12F.
That we are writing a letter.
That we are writing a letter to the UGC. So we'll now move to the business session. First item is to confirm the minutes of the 99th meeting. We did not receive any comments, so we can take the minutes as confirmed. Then to report the action taken on minutes of the 99th meeting. Again, the actions have been taken and we did not receive any comments from anyone. So we'll take the action taken as noted.
Yes.
Next is to report that Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak is continuing as the president of AIU till date after completion of his initial tenure because of the advice from the Ministry of Education to maintain the status quo. And as you would remember that in the last AGM, we had decided that we have got a letter from the ministry that they want to restructure AIU and they want to give a larger mandate to AIU. They want to give a lot of funding to AIU, and therefore they want a restructuring of AIU so that AIU can contribute more to the national policies. So till that, a status quo was maintained. A committee was constituted to restructure the AIU. The recommendations of the committee are on the way, and about to be submitted, maybe within a week or 10 days. So till then, the status quo is maintained. So we are continuing with the status quo right now.
Next, please.
To report that Professor in his capacity as president is a member of the following bodies. These are the bodies. To report that the post of vice president is lying vacant because Professor Rajshekharan Pillai had resigned, but because of the status quo, we are not able to appoint any new member on the governing council. Next is to report sanction of the Ministry of Education in favor of AIU as grant in aid. So last year, 2 crores was given by the ministry to the AIU in 4 installments of 50 lakhs each. And this is just a reporting item to report that this much was granted. And this year, the funding to AIU has been a little higher. This is around 2.82 crores this year for the next year.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
But we are aiming 20 crores.
Yes, we are aiming 35 crores.
Yes.
So a report that during the year 25-26, AIU zonal vice chancellors meets were held as per the details given below. So these are the places, the theme and the dates on which the zonal meets were held. So the North Zone meet was held on the topic integrating traditional wisdom in curriculum and research, which was held at LPU on 9th and 10th of December. The East Zone meet was held in the...
Madam, we can go ahead now because we have reported all these things.
Okay. So these are the 5 zonal meetings which we had. Membership, to consider the grant of membership of Association of Indian
72.
Universities. So in the last year, around 72 universities got this.
So what is the total number, Vijay?
115.
115. Congratulations.
So this is the list of the universities which got the AIU membership along with the date of membership.
We have reported for autonomous colleges also here. Membership. That should be also put on the agenda. No? That is also a good figure. What is the figure now? 41.
So last AGM we had agreed that autonomous colleges can become the associate members of AIU, and till now 41 autonomous colleges have become the members of AIU, and we are going to hold a conference of autonomous colleges also next month to take care. And then this is also for, like, the national education policy says that there should be capacity building of the colleges for them to become a university. So we want to contribute in them, and we want to do the capacity building of the colleges so that they can become autonomous as well as degree awarding in future. So that capacity will be done by us.
So,
apart from these 72 universities, I mean, this also includes a university, foreign university, which has become a associate member of AIU, which is a SRH Franco-Schule, the distance learning university in Germany. This is also an associate member of AIU.
So Vijay, if I am right, 1159 are the members.
Acha, sorry. I stand corrected. So this membership has been removed.
Yes.
On their request.
So now we have 1159 members.
Yes.
And 41. So that makes 1200.
1200.
Yes.
1200 institutions are our members. And no.
Sir, that for all the sports and cultures and everything, all the participants, we have made a software program which just checks and never gives the kind of access, and neither in any of the participation nor for the hosting. And I think the finance people are not here, but the good news is that we are collecting good number kind of money from every institution. So
so now if a university is not up to date with its subscription amount, they cannot participate in sports, culture, they cannot hold conferences. So these
in any of our programs.
In any of our programs. Even in
we are checking student wise. So that is what we are doing.
Their students can also not participate.
Yes. Next.
And then next is items for consideration. To consider revised estimates for the year 25-26 and budget estimates for the year 26-27 in respect of the following budgets: main budget and government and general grant budget. That has been circulated to all the members. If anybody has any opinion on that, we can consider that. Otherwise, we'll take the budget as approved.
Next, please.
Next is to consider the receipt and payment accounts, income and expenditure account, balance sheet, audit report. Again, this has been sent to all the university members. So if there are any comments, you can tell, otherwise we'll take
Can
it.
you tell about that income tax money which we got back or something like that?
So there were one or two pending notices in which the income tax was imposed on AIU. So we very well represented that, and we got the decision in our favor, and we got the income tax back.
So that's
from the
great news for us. Next.
Next is to consider the appointment of Gaurav Arora for filling monthly and annual GST returns. So that is only for approval. Next is to consider the appointment of AIU auditors for the financial year 25-26. So Messrs. Jan V and Company, they are satisfactorily performing, so they are reappointed as the auditors of AIU. And also Anand Tarun and Company, CA firm, may be appointed as statutory audit of AIU PF Trust. So these are the names of the auditors which have been done. And to receive the annual report of the AIU for the year 25-26. So the annual report was approved by the Governing Council in the last meeting, and this has been circulated to all the members. So we want the approval of the annual report from the honorable members. Hosting of the next 101st annual meeting. So for the next year's meeting, we have got the request from the following 7 universities: Cochin University of Science and Technology, JNTU, VIT, RV University, Reva University, Savita University, and Manmohan Singh Bengaluru University. So normally we authorize the president to select one of these universities after we have seen their infrastructure and the facilities. So we'll authorize. So we can authorize the president to select one of these universities for hosting the next conference of AIU. President and Vice President for the year 26-27 to declare President and Vice President of the Association of Indian Universities. I think this agenda item we will, right now we are not in a position to select because the restructuring process is going on. And I told you that the status quo is maintained till now. And we have got the approval for extension for submission of the report till 31st of May from the Government of India. So by that time, the report will be submitted, and then we'll be holding one more meeting of the Governing Council as well as the AGM, that based on the restructuring proposed in the report, what can we be doing? So when we come to the U for the restructuring proposal, after that, based on the restructuring, we will decide that who will be the president or the vice president.
So it's okay. Now we can move ahead. Any other agenda?
Regarding the restructuring, the report will come and the AIU will be restructured according to that. Then just now you said very right that the new president, and according to that, whatever may be the constitution will be there. So there again, there will be an online meeting of the members, or what will be the modality for that? Afterward, the people will know that the restructuring is like this, the new body is like this.
Sir, annual general body meeting is a big meeting because we invite around 1,200. So we normally combine it with the national conference when all the vice chancellors are coming here. But if we have to specially call the meeting, I think we'll go in for the online mode. GC will be calling physical meeting. AGM.
What we wanted to propose is as follows. As soon as the government clears that restructuring meeting, they will submit. We will circulate all that thing to all the members, and then we will fix a day, whatever is given in the constitution as per this thing. And then we will hold an online meeting.
Excellent.
Also,
Excellent.
we will take the views in writing also, so that once we compile the minutes and everything, it happens very, very transparently.
Excellent. Excellent.
Court matter means there was one person, Jaipal, who had filed a court case about restructuring and the tenure of the president. So that is sub judice. So whatever decision comes, AIU will abide by that.
Actually, it has happened because in the sports division of us, we found some irregularities. So we have terminated some of the people. And all of you know, once we terminate some of people, they say the president is not okay, he's illegal and all those things. So a PIL has been launched because we have suspended the joint secretary and we have terminated one person
because we found a lot of irregularities in that kind of a thing, and we are at the process of clearing and making transparency, because whatever you so we have taken strict actions like portals and all other kind of things. And recently also in cultural meet also, I went personally to Satyabhama University or something like that. We found some irregularities and we have cancelled after getting their trophies to some of the member universities. So we are in the process of clearing that one university cannot get all the medals or cannot get all the kind of things. So we are very, very particular cleaning up that nexus. So that one person has actually, this lawyer who has filed is a lawyer of that person also, and he has filed a PIL. So all of you know what about PILs and all these things.
Regarding this, I congratulate you personally because I spent SPPU's director of sports for 11 years,
Yes.
and this lobbying was happening in AIU for so long time. And you had cleaning it and making it a new that the justice to the all the players of the all universities will get that, because this is the screening for the combined universities players also selected through that and they get the ribbon. So congratulations for that.
One important thing which I want to say, so we have gone away with one, we brought another person. We brought another person of the sports, and recently when the that inquiry was done under the Professor Alok Chakrawal Saab, then we found that that person was having also a nexus in the FISU games. So we removed them. Now we are getting 3 persons in 3 months. So that is what that kind of cleaning. And we went to the ministry. Minister was also unhappy because that's. So I told minister that anybody will do, but as all of you know, the sports and culture has got a high stakes. Sports mainly because people get job from that. So we are at the things there to happen a blockchain for certificates to clarify, and not only one person decides who will get what sports, which university should get. And myself and Secretary General Madam, we have asked to visit the nationals at place. So for this, I have gone, and we are at the time in Khelo India also, we have made a steering committee so that nothing happens, and we are looking. So we are trying to, at least 2 cleansing operations we are trying to do. And that is what we are trying to do. That is what has happened. And I can take that thing for myself that I have done that kind of thing. So I don't bother about PIL and all those things. But that thing we have taken very firmly at AIU, said no kind of a corruption at that place.
Yeah, so I think that we are the sufferers of that, Saurashtra University, and our girl went to that Kite University, the Alok Chakrawal committee that you are saying, yes. It is exactly pertaining to us. The girl went to Germany in just half a minute. I have sanctioned 2.5 lakh rupees for travel and everything. When she went there, her name was not there. It was so disappointing.
So that is why that suspension and dismissals were there, because of the mismanagement and the irregularity in the World University Games.
Yeah.
And now, sir, we are looking very, very carefully on all these issues. Yeah. The people who have to travel at FISU Games, who are there, and ऐसा तो नहीं चारा डाल के भाईचारा बढ़ा रहे हैं. We are looking at those aspects.
Kite University में से पूरा nexus था, वो that you went
that
into
is happening in culture, and that's what is my agenda. We cannot tolerate that kind of thing. Yeah. And we are making SOPs, we are things, and we will request all the people, if you have got anything, please write to the Secretary General, and till I am the President, we will take the harshest action. We have got one North Zone, a very big university, just they have to return their trophy.
Mr. President.
Very nice.
Yes. Mr. President.
Earlier it was 2,500. Last year it was 3,500. So the host university should also provide some food and accommodation. Okay. They are charging more, 3,500 per candidate, per person.
Actually, the stay is for 7 days or so, no? So they have to spend on the stay, they have to spend on the food. Therefore, the universities are charging. So that money is going to the universities for hosting it. But of course, we can talk to the university if they are willing to do it at their own. We will be more than welcoming that.
A piece of information just I want to have. Whether there is a set norm or a practice as far as the admission of the items in the agenda is concerned, or anything, whether it is scrutinized or as they come, we admit.
For the general body?
General body.
Yes, general body, because all the members have the right to voice their opinion.
So as they come, you get on adding.
Yes. We keep on
There is
having.
no screening.
We
nothing
are
of
not
that.
doing any screening.
There are many agendas. It means our members are happy.
That's right.
Agenda, and they are participative.
Yeah, that's real. It was wonderful. It's welcome. Second thing, sir, as far as the financial matters are concerned, and you have whether they are simply brought to the notice of this Augusta just as a piece of information, or you are also seeking permission or approval for that. Say, for example, you have made an appointment of an auditor.
So auditor is coming.
You have simply made a mention of it. Whether this body has to approve of it.
No, this is for approval only because the decisions are taken by the finance committee and the governing council on behalf of the AGM. So if we wait for the AGM, by that time the
No,
work
but
has to be
now
done.
the AGM there very much, but then we have not sought the approval to it.
We have sought.
Otherwise,
this was the approval item only.
Honey, but so you have not sought it. That is what I am pointing out. It was simply made a mention, and then we passed on to the next item. So if that is the case, then at least pass that resolution that this August House has passed it.
Okay.
That we will note in the minutes.
That is to be recorded. Otherwise, it would be halfway exercise.
We will record it in that manner only in the minutes.
Yeah, and even if we want to make the appointment of auditor, ma'am, like whether we are appointing him first time or how many terms he has been appointed as auditor.
Till 3 years we allow. After that, we appoint a new auditor.
Great.
That is as per the financial norms set up by the government.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for this business session, and we hope that we will have more presence in the south as we go to the south. South elections results are also have to come at 4th of May. So next annual conference we will meet somewhere in south, deep south, and we will enjoy. Thank you very much for this large participation which has happened, and thanks to Dr. Pawar who has taken so much initiative.
And is there anyone who has not signed the attendance sheet, please? Dr. Panchanatham, un dono se kara lo. And
thanks-
everybody else has signed?
Thanks to the Secretary General who has stood long for this business session and things.
Thank you very much.
and
Thanks a
to
lot.
everyone.
Thank you. And we'll have a 15 minutes tea break, and then we'll go for the valedictory session. Thank you. Here only.
सुन उनको
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Honorable dignitaries from Association of Indian Universities, esteemed vice chancellors, academicians, and dear fellow colleagues. It is my great privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the 100th AIU General Body Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors centered around the theme Shaping Self-Reliant Bharat Through Knowledge and Innovation, hosted by Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth Pune, which is approaching its 25 years of academic excellence. As we arrive at the culmination of this intellectually enriching journey, we take a moment to reflect on the insightful deliberations and meaningful exchanges that have shaped our discussions over the course of this conference. The dialogues fostered here throughout the past 2 days have reinforced our collective commitment to Swadeshi, economic patriotism, and techno-nationalism. The rich technical sessions spanning sustainability, internationalization, entrepreneurship, advanced technologies, and indigenous knowledge systems have clearly demonstrated that when knowledge is transformed into innovation and purposeful action, it becomes the driving force of a self-reliant and future-ready India. ज्ञान से जागे नई उड़ान, नवाचार से बड़े सम्मान, शिक्षा बने जब परिवर्तन की पहचान, तभी सशक्त हो भारत महान. Today's session is not merely a conclusion, but a celebration of collaboration and of shared purpose we have envisioned together. It is also an opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of all participants, presenters, and organizers who have made this conference a resounding success. As we proceed, we are privileged to have with us distinguished dignitaries whose guidance and insights continue to inspire the academic community. Their presence adds great value to this concluding session. It is my utmost pride and privilege to introduce to this august gathering our chief guest for today, a visionary educationist, an inspiring leader, and a distinguished academician, Dr. Atul Kothari, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Utthanyas. I welcome Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and Vice Chancellor CSGM University, Kanpur. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. Honorable Chancellor, Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, DPU Pune. Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam, DPU Pune. Dr. Smita Zadav, Pro-Vice Chancellor, DPU Pune. Dr. Yashraj Sir, Treasurer, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth Society, Pune. Dr. N.J. Pawar Sir, Vice Chancellor, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Pune. Let us now begin the valedictory session with enthusiasm and a renewed sense of purpose, carrying forward the momentum created here into actionable outcomes for the betterment of higher education in India. May I now request Honorable Chancellor, Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, to kindly felicitate our chief guest for today. Dr. Atul Kothari, our chief guest for today. Dr. Atul Kothari, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Utthanyas, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, Vice Chancellor CSGM University, Kanpur, and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Atul Kothari, sir. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil Sir, DPU Pune, to kindly felicitate Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and Vice Chancellor, CSGM University Kanpur, with a floral bouquet. May I request Honorable Pro-Chancellor Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam, DPU Pune, to kindly felicitate Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, with a floral bouquet. I request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, DPU Pune. Pro-Chancellor, DPU Pune, sorry. May I now request... Yeah. Bye. I now request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal to kindly felicitate Dr. Smita Jadhav, Pro Vice Chancellor, DPU Pune. I request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Yashraj Patil sir, Treasurer, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapith Society, Pune. I request Vinay Kumar Pathak sir and Pankaj Mittal ma'am to felicitate Dr. N.J. Pawar sir, Vice Chancellor, DPU Pune. I request Soren ma'am to felicitate Dr. J.S. Bhavarkar, Registrar, DPU Pune. I request Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak sir and Pankaj Mittal ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Tushar Palekal, Nodal Officer, DPU Pune. I am honored to request Honorable Pro-Chancellor Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam, DPU Pune, to kindly felicitate Dr. Mamta Rani Agarwal, Additional Secretary, AIU. Thank you, ma'am. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil sir, DPU Pune, to felicitate Dr. Alok Kumar Mishra, Joint Secretary. Sorry. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil sir, DPU Pune, to felicitate. Madam, let's parag. I'm so sorry. No, hold up, sir. Madam. Sorry. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil sir, DPU Pune, to felicitate Dr. Alok Kumar Mishra, Joint Secretary, AIU. Thank you, sir.
1500 प्रीलोडेड गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
Thank you, sir. I request Honorable Pro-Chancellor Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam to kindly felicitate Dr. Rama Devi Pani, Editor, University News. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I finally request Honorable Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil, sir, to felicitate Dr. Vijendra Kumar, Head, Meetings Division, AIU. Thank you, sir. It is now my distinct privilege to invite Dr. N.J. Pawar, sir, Vice Chancellor, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Pune, to deliver the welcome address to the August gathering.
Good afternoon to all of you. The chief guest of today's valedictory function and Secretary of the National Secretary for Shiksha, Sanskriti, Uttan, Nyas, New Delhi, Dr. Atul Kothari ji, the Chancellor of Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Honorable Dr. P.D. Patil ji, the Pro-Chancellor of Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Dr. Mrs. Bhagyashree Patil Madam ji, मंच पर विराजमान प्रोफेसर विनय कुमार पाठक जी, ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट AIU, डॉक्टर मिसेस पंकज मित्तल जी, सेक्रेटरी जनरल टू AIU, our Pro Vice Chancellor and Secretary of the Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth Society, Dr. Mrs. Smita Jadhav ji, our young dynamic leader, trustee and treasurer, Dr. Yashraj Patil ji. We also have with us team of AIU, right from Mamta Rani ji to Virender, as well as Alok Kumar ji and Pani Madam ji. I have been strongly supported by my team. I will not be able to name all my colleagues, but I must make mention of Dr. Bhavalkar ji as well as Dr. Tushal Palekar ji, who headed the whole team. Esteemed dignitaries, vice chancellors, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure and deep sense of honor to extend warm and cordial welcome to each one of you and all the esteemed dignitaries around the dais for this particular valedictory session of 100th AIU Annual General Meet and Annual Conference of Vice Chancellors. We had a great honor as Dr. D.Y. Patil with Dapit Fraternity to host this particular centenary event. And we are indeed very happy to express deep sense of gratitude towards Mittal Madam ji and Pathak ji for having supported us for last more than a year. And therefore, on behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit, I extend warm welcome to Dr. Atul Kumar Kothari ji as well as AIU officials and all our dignitaries from Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit. We are truly privileged that we have amongst us today Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Atul Kumar Kothari ji. None other than him has made contributions towards the educational thoughts and policy which are highly significant and deeply impactful. Sir, on behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit, I extend warm welcome to you. I must also my respectful greetings I must express to Pathak ji for supporting this particular event along with Dr. Mittal ji. Both of you have been a visionary leader to the AIU and all the universities, 1200 plus universities and members, those who are representing these universities, for supporting and also relentlessly guiding for the success of this particular event, and therefore I extend a warm welcome to you. I fall short of the words because Dr. P.D. Patil sir, who is a chancellor of Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit, he has been, along with the pro-chancellor Bhagyasita Patil madam, both of them have been constant source of encouragement, visionary leadership, inspiration, guidance, support at all stages of this particular organization of the event. And therefore, on behalf of all the DPU family, I extend warm welcome to all of them. Over the past 3 days, we all have been discussing, deliberating on the theme of this particular conference, shaping self-reliant Bharat through knowledge and innovation. And this has witnessed thought-provoking deliberations, discussions, and also meaningful exchanges of ideas amongst all the academic leaders representing the whole nation, and also some of the leaders, those who have come from abroad, also the policymakers, and also some of the experts and thinkers from various walks of life. The technical sessions that we conducted, special interactions that we have had, all of them, they have provided comprehensive platform by way of this centenary conference to deliberate on critical themes such as sustainability, entrepreneurship, internationalization, healthcare, and emerging technologies in the higher education. These discussions have not only broadened our perspective, but also have laid strong foundation for future collaborations and policy directions. I'm grateful to all the vice chancellors, distinguished speakers, international delegates for participating in this particular event. As we gather here today for this particular valedictory section, we look forward for reflecting upon the key outcomes. I remember yesterday's last session that we conducted, which was more oriented towards the role of universities in shaping the self-reliant Bharat. I would like to bring to the notice of Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Atulji, that this need has been felt because right from the 11th century, we have been invaded by several invaders. And therefore, we have not only the invasion in terms of expanding the boundaries of the kingdom, but the invaders are in the form of cultural invasion. Invasions are in the form of linguistic invasions, religious invasions, and finally, towards the 18th century, we also had a technological invasions. All this particular 700-800 years of our history has impacted the very personality of each and every individual in this country. Loss of self-esteem, loss of self-pride, and therefore we need to come out of it. I will speak something in Hindi. We have to come out of this suppressed, depressed kind of समाज की मानसिकता हमारी जो सप्रेस्ड है, डिप्रेस्ड है, उसको उन्नत बनाने के लिए शेपिंग सेल्फ रिलायंट भारत जैसे थीम्स की जरूरत है. मैं इतना कहूँगा कि एज ए यूनिवर्सिटी हमारे यहाँ बच्चे आते हैं सर. हायर एजुकेशन संस्थान है हमारा. टर्शरी एजुकेशन इज अ फाइनल स्टेज. इसमें हमारे जो बच्चे आते हैं, we consider them as birds. एक मराठी में भावगीत है, उसका मीनिंग मैं बताना चाहूंगा बाद में. जगदीश खेबुड़कर जी करके बहुत जाने माने लेखक थे. वो भावगीत लिखते थे और उसको संगीतबद्ध भी किया था. वसंत पवार जी ने संगीतबद्ध किया था. इसका दो ही मैं लाइंस आपको बताना चाहूंगा. ये बच्चे कैसे होते हैं. एक बार पंखावरुनी फिरो तुझा हात, शेवटचे घरटे माझे तुझ्या अंगणात. ऑल दीज स्टूडेंट्स, ये सब बच्चे आते हैं, वो अपना एक सपना लेके आते हैं, अपनी कुछ एस्पायरेशंस लेके इधर आते हैं. उनका एस्पायरेशन रहता है कि इट इज द फाइनल स्टेज ऑफ माय एजुकेशन, टर्शरी एजुकेशन. इसके बाद में ये 4 साल का घोंसला मैं इधर बनाऊंगा, इसी प्रीमाइसेस में बनाऊंगा, और मेरे जो पंख है, मेरे पर है, उसको ताकत देने की ये संस्था काम करती है. वो अध्यापकों के माध्यम से होती है, सोई सुविधा के माध्यम से होते हैं, मैनेजमेंट के सपोर्ट से माध्यम से होते हैं. और इनको जब पर में ताकत आती है, उनमें उड़ने की क्षमता देने का काम ये विश्वविद्यालय करता है. हमारे लिए इसका मीनिंग बहुत ज्यादा होता है. लेकिन मैंने कहा कि all this is because of the students. We are shaping the mindset of the students. We want to see that Whatever separation, depression that we have gone through, let us forget about it. But now empower that element, which is the youth of this particular country, in terms of self-esteem, self-pride, and then they will go with the courage and confidence to face the outside world. That is the intention with we have been training the students. हमारे अध्यापक लोग सेल्फ प्राइड, सेल्फ एस्टीम उनमें इनकलकेट करते हैं. The very purpose of the education is to create self-esteem, self-pride, so that automatically आप डिप्रेस सप्रेस मानसिकता से निकल के बाहर आओगे और एक उन्नत समाज की निर्मित करोगे. मेरे ख्याल से all this has been happening in Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth for last many years. And I must acknowledge that the creator of this particular educational complex, Dr. P.D. Patil, as well as Bhagyasita Patil Madam ji, all of them, they have supporting, guiding each one of us in terms of seeing that this dream comes true. I think with these few words, I would like to once again extend warm welcome to all of you and also to all the fellow vice chancellors for making it convenient to see to it that this particular event becomes successful. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary guidance, which reflects the blend of excellence and social responsibility. We now arrive at a significant moment in today's proceedings, which is the presentation of the report, a testament to its unwavering commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and societal impact. This report encapsulates the milestones and achievements that we have acquired. I request Dr. J.S. Bhavarkar, sir, Registrar, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, to present the report.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, vice chancellors, distinguished delegates, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to one and all. It is my honor to present the report of 100th Annual General Body Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors organized by Association of Indian Universities and hosted by Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth and Jnana Prasad Global University, Pimpri, Pune. Over the last 3 days, the conference witnessed meaningful deliberations on the theme of shaping self-reliant Bharat through knowledge and innovation. Eminent experts and leaders shared their valuable insights on education, sustainability, innovation, healthcare, and entrepreneurship. The discussions reaffirm the vital role of universities in national progress and youth empowerment. I now take the privilege of presenting the conference report, highlighting its key recommendations and outcomes. The conference was structured into 15 sessions, including 5 technical sessions, 3 interactive sessions, 5 lectures, briefings, open sessions, and 2 ceremonial sessions. The day 1, that is on 28th of April, started with interacting session for partners, sponsors, edutech companies. This session enabled meaningful industry academia dialogues. The representatives from Google, Veer Softtech, Mastersoft, ERP, D2L India Private Limited, Merito, No Paper Forms Solutions Limited, and Genomedics Pharma Private Limited presented innovative solutions for education, management, and healthcare sectors. The chief guest for the inaugural session, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Sri Jishnudev Verma ji, inaugurated the proceedings. The inaugural session was graced by Dr. P.D. Patil, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, Pimpri, Pune, Dr. Bhagyashree Patil, Pro-Chancellor, DPU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU, Professor Dr. Injay Pawar, Honorable Vice Chancellor DPU, Dr. Somnath Patil, Pro Chancellor DPGU, Dr. Smita Jadhav, Pro Vice Chancellor DPU, and Dr. Yashraj Patil, Treasurer, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapith. The program featured the ceremonial lamp lighting, the national song Vande Mataram, national anthem, and the Maharashtra state song, followed by welcome of the dignitaries. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal delivered the welcome address and outlined the 5 zonal conferences organized across India. Important publications, including the University News AIU Special Issue, a book on AIU history titled Association of Indian Universities, A Century of Evolution, Transformation and Leadership, and the book on Transformative Higher Education, 2047, were formally released by Honorable Governor. The session concluded with inspiring addresses by distinguished guests on future of higher education and nation building. Honorable Governor mentioned the education should go beyond textbooks and appreciated the arrangements made by DPU for this 100th AIU conference. Our Chancellor Dr. P.D. Patil welcomed the gathering and highlighted the Vidyapith's growth in national, international rankings and ratings. While Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak spoke on the vision of Viksit Bharat, India's economic progress and its global standing in patent applications. Interface with international delegates on the theme of promoting internationalization in higher education was the first technical session, which was chaired by Professor Vinay Pathak and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, with diverse panel of global academic leaders. The discussion moved beyond simple student mobility, emphasizing curriculum internationalization, joint research, and faculty exchanges as essential for modern institutional quality. The speakers, Professor Colin Riordan, Professor Achyut Prasad Wagre, Professor Kunal Sehgal, Mr. Arthur Rapp, Dr. Vishal Talwar, and Dr. Megha Sangar, threw light on equitable global partnerships, embedded learning pathways, international campuses, exchanges of the programs, and challenges faced by Tier 2 and Tier 3 institutions. The next technical session was on self-reliant Bharat through Swadeshi, economic patriotism, and techno-nationalism. The session was chaired by Professor Bhagwati Prakash Sharma, former Vice Chancellor, Gautam Buddha University, Noida, focused on the ways and means through which our country can become self-reliant, reduce its trade deficit, promote manufacturing, innovation, entrepreneurship, and many more. The speakers, Professor Raj Kumar Mittal, Dr. Shashank Shah, Dr. V.S. Kanchan Bhaskaran, emphasized that country should make endeavors to strengthen the higher education system and universities should focus on research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The advancements made by the country in semiconductor manufacturing, defense equipment manufacturing, agriculture and food processing, and digital public infrastructure were also discussed. Special session on health was conducted, and the theme was universities as catalysts for equitable and sustainable healthcare in self-reliant Bharat. The session was chaired by Professor Ved Prakash Mishra, who described healthcare as the fundamental right and called for reforms supported by AI-driven digital systems. Speakers, Professor Dr. G.D. Yadav, Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma, and Professor Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan emphasized innovation-led universities, indigenous research, healthcare equity, sustainability, curriculum redesign, and an integrative model combining modern medicine with Ayush. The session's highlights were academia industry collaboration, community engagement, and technology-enabled curricula for affordable preventive health care. Professor Mishra announced the panel as a standing committee to prepare an action plan on the theme, and AIU is requested to finalize that panel and come out with the suggestions. Cultural event followed the health technical session, and the great singer Hariharan and his team mesmerized the audience with some very soothing ghazals and all-time favorite Hindi, Tamil, and Marathi tracks. That ended with day 1. Day 2, that is 29th of April 2026. The very first session started with AIU Foundation Day lecture on shaping self-reliant Bharat through knowledge and innovation. The Foundation Day lecture was delivered by none other than Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe, who spoke on how knowledge and innovation can drive Atmanirbhar Bharat. He highlighted India's civilized ethos and 5 key challenges: identity, purpose, authority, ownership, and relationships. He emphasized the importance of Swadeshi, Swabhasha, Swabhusha, and Swabhoj in building a self-reliant nation. The role of National Education Policy 2020, AI-driven curriculum, global trends, and scientific documentation in national development were also underlined by him. This AI Foundation lecture immediately followed by brief on Prime Minister's Entrepreneurship Internship Scheme PMIS by Dr. Navdeep Singh Suhag, Deputy Director, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. And this was very intellectual session where the interns from our institution also attended, and they were given the brief on how to learn while learning how to earn. Next brief by the representatives of the Bharat Scouts and Guides BSG by S. Prasanna Srivastav, Director for Special Program Bharat Scouts and Guide Dr. Darshana Pavaskar, Director Bharat Scouts and Guides, really had given us the insight that what the Bharat Scouts has done for the nation. And we are very fortunate Dr. Pankaj Mittal is a mentor and she is leading this particular activity. And the nationalism through these Bharat Scouts was really very, very motivating, and really we learned a lot from it. The next technical session was on promoting sustainability, social responsibilities in higher educational institutions. The session was chaired by Professor B.R. Kamboj with insightful contributions from Professor Vimal Y., Professor C. Muthamizil Chevalam, and Professor B.K. Ravi. The speakers emphasized that achieving sustainability requires a holistic approach involving active collaboration among students, faculty, and communities. They highlighted green campuses as living laboratories and stressed the uplifting anchor and tribal institutions. The session concluded with a strong message: integrate, don't isolate. Partner with purpose, make campuses living laboratories. The next technical session 3 was on promoting entrepreneurship and startups in higher education institutions. The session was chaired by Professor Dr. Gautam Sutradhar. The speakers, Dr. K.C. Thomas, Dr. Nirmaljit Singh Kalsi, and Professor Dr. Rajiv Sud, emphasis transforming higher education institutions into innovative ecosystems that nurture job creations and entrepreneurs. The session highlighted apprenticeship programs, skill-based education, incubation centers, rural innovation, and low-risk nano and micro enterprises. The speaker stressed on stronger industry-academia collaborations and inclusion of entrepreneurship indicators in National Institutional Ranking Framework and NAC frameworks. The concluding statement was that the HEIs must move from producing graduates to producing innovators, startups, and enterprise leaders for self-reliant India. The next technical session 4 was on creating AI and quantum-enabled HEIs. The session was chaired by Professor H. Sudarshana Rao, emphasized on the need for HEIs to become intelligent, future-ready institutions driven by AI and quantum technologies. Speakers: Professor Vineet Kansal, Professor Dr. Praful Kumar Udani, Professor Srijan Pal Singh, and Professor Sanjay Jain highlighted innovation-led transformation in higher education. The session noted challenges such as limited research funding, infrastructure gaps, and lack of interdisciplinary collaborations. Speakers stressed that the institutions should move from consuming AI tools to creating indigenous AI solutions. Virtual reality and immersive technologies were presented as key tools for experiential learning. The session concluded that the policy support, research ecosystems, and collaborative innovation are essential for AI and quantum-based HEIs. The next session was an interactive session for partners, sponsors, and edutech companies. Dexit Global, Social Work Technology Private, FIB, Philips, Anand Chemicals, Hybrid Biomedical Equipment and Allied Technology, Visionary Medical Solutions, and Elsevier RELX India Private Limited. The technical session 5 was on integrating traditional wisdom in curriculum research, and the session was attended none other than Atulji. The session was chaired by Professor Sat Prakash Bansal, who emphasized integrating Indian knowledge systems and modern education and AI for Viksit Bharat. Speakers: Professor Shashikala Vanjari, Senior Professor Kumar Molugram, Professor Srinivas Varkhedi, and Professor Dr. Atul Kothari. Dr. Atul Kothari highlights I'm sorry sir, but you are professor because you are professing. आप प्रोफेसिंग करते हैं. Learning, we learn roots of Indian traditions. The speaker's emphasis on integrating of Gyan and Pragya. The need for holistic, innovation-driven education aligned with National Education Policy 2020, and the session advocated concepts like Gurukulization and Bharatiya Gyan Parampara for value-based education. Importance of teachers as facilitators, experiential learning, balanced practical and theoretical approaches, and interdisciplinary research was also highlighted during the session. The conclusion was with the vision of nurturing skilled, value-based, and socially responsible graduates are to be produced for Viksit Bharat 2047. This ended the day 2, and today is day 3, that is 30th April 2026. We attended an open session on Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan VBSA Bill 2025. Professor Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal briefed the audience about Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan VBSA Bill 2025 that proposes single apex regulatory body for higher education, replacing existing bodies like UGC, AICT, NCTE to create a unified system. The bill seeks to streamline regulations, accreditations, and academic standards through unified structured aligned with the National Education Policy 2020. It promotes institutional autonomy, quality enhancement, and digital governance in higher education. The participant vice chancellors gave their input by suggesting augmentation of research budget, inclusivity in the bill by incorporating all councils and state universities. The delegates suggested that AIU should also be consulted for inputs to JPC, to which panel confirmed a provision already in line. The next session was AIU General Session and AIU Business Session, which was chaired by Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak and co-chaired by Pankaj Mittal ma'am. Thus, in conclusion, this conference highlighted the transformative role of higher education in driving innovation, inclusivity, and national development, matching with the theme of self-reliant India, that is Bharat. Thank you, sir. The collective insights of all experts have provided strategic roadmap for building the nation which is future ready, collaborative, and research driven institutions to support this particular vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed report. I am now excited to announce the results of winners of the Best Practices Poster Presentation Competition. I request respected chief guest and dignitaries on dais to kindly join for the felicitation of the winners. The third prize is awarded on a shared basis to Central University of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, and Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. I request the winners to kindly come on dais to collect their certificates. The second prize is also awarded on a shared basis to Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be university, Tamil Nadu, and also to Vellore Institute of Technology, VIT AP. I request the winners to kindly come on stage and collect their certificates.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations to the winning teams. The first prize is awarded to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, Delhi. I request the winner to kindly come on stage and collect the certificate. Okay. We congratulate all the winners of the competition. Thank you, ma'am and sir. It is now my proud privilege to invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to share her valuable insights and address the esteemed audience.
नमस्कार, प्रणाम। आज के समापन समारोह के मुख्य अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर अतुल कोठारी जी, सेक्रेटरी शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास, इस यूनिवर्सिटी के चांसलर डॉक्टर पीडी पाटिल जी, एआईयू के प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर विनय पाठक जी, यूनिवर्सिटी की प्रो चांसलर डायनामिक डॉक्टर भाग्यश्री पाटिल जी, वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर एनजे पवार जी, Smita Jadhav, I call her running queen because she's always running and accomplishing everything. Dr. Smita Jadhav ji and Dr. Yashraj ji, registrar जिन्होंने अभी अभी आपके सामने report पढ़ा. All the esteemed vice chancellors, the entire D.Y. Patil University team, the entire AIU team, especially the coordinators Dr. Palekar and Dr. Vijender, all the faculty members, a very warm welcome to the valedictory session of the AIU 100th National Conference and AGM. सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी DY पाटिल यूनिवर्सिटी का, उनकी पूरी टीम का, राइट फ्रॉम डॉक्टर PD पाटिल जी। इस यूनिवर्सिटी में हम तो हर साल ही कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हैं, बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करते हैं, और जिस तरह का इन्वॉल्वमेंट मैंने चांसलर साहब का खुद का देखा, मतलब आई हैव रेयरली सीन डॉक्टर पाटिल हर सेशन में वो वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, हर चीज़ को गाइड कर रहे थे, और उनकी पूरी फैमिली एज इफ़ कि उनकी पूरी फैमिली का कुछ फंक्शन हो रहा है, कुछ घर में शादी हो रही है, उस तरीके से पूरी की पूरी फैमिली, इस तरीके से इन्होंने इस पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस को देखा, नॉट एज ए इवेंट ऑफ AIU बट ए इवेंट ऑफ DY पाटिल यूनिवर्सिटी. So thank you very much, and especially to Dr. Pawar. He has been talking to me for almost 3 months. Madam, iska kya karna hai, iska kya karna hai. Matlab, he didn't want to leave even a slightest thing untouched. For a very, very small thing, minutest details mein he went and he delivered everything. So thank you, Pawar sir, for taking it as a personal event of DPU, and the facilities which were extended. I'm sure everybody was looked after very well. A personal care was given to everybody. हर एक को एक personal shadow, means liaison officer was also there. So thanks to DY Patil University for hosting it in such a grand way. And this was very, very special for us because this was the 100th conference of AIU, and 100 means a very, very special meaning to any institution. हमने यहाँ पे 2 किताबें रिलीज़ की थी, वन वॉज ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव हायर एजुकेशन, हम वो किताब आप सबको भेजेंगे, और दूसरी की थी हिस्ट्री ऑफ AIU. तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपने पर्सनल उसमें या आपकी लाइब्रेरी में इन दोनों बुक्स को ज़रूर रखिएगा, क्योंकि ये दोनों की दोनों किताबें हम maybe within 15 days we'll be sending both the books to you. तो बहुत आपके prized possessions जिसको कहते हैं ना, बहुत ही important documents आपके लिए रहने वाले, especially ये जो history of AIU को, इसमें हमने लिखा है 100 years of AIU की history में कैसे AIU बना और कैसे उसने 100 साल की जर्नी पूरी की, पूरा का पूरा उस बुक में है. तो ये आप लोग के लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा. और दूसरी जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़, आप सबको एक AIU का फ्लैग मिला होगा, बड़ा वाला भी और छोटा वाला भी, छोटा वाला टेबल के सामने और बड़ा वाला टेबल के पीछे. तो वो AIU का फ्लैग हम चाहते हैं कि जब भी हमारी AGM हो या कोई भी कॉन्फ्रेंस हो, इफ along with the national flag, AIU flag is also there. So we will be very happy, and it will be like you are our members. So that family feeling, that belongingness feeling will be there. The type of belongingness which we saw in every faculty member of DPU. I mean, again, मैं फिर से congratulate इसलिए करूँगी कि कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन में जो वर्कर्स या जो स्टाफ है या जो फैकल्टी है, दे वर्क लाइक एज इफ इट इज़ देयर प्रोफेशनल ड्यूटी है, ये काम करना है, मुझे उसकी तनख्वाह मिलती है इसलिए काम करना है. पर इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में मैंने देखा कि हर एक को ऐसा लग रहा था कि मेरा अपना इवेंट है, यूनिवर्सिटी का इवेंट नहीं है, AIU का इवेंट नहीं है, मेरा अपना इवेंट है. तो वो जो बिलोंगिंगनेस जो मुझे दिखाई दी, अब हर एक में, चाहे छोटे से छोटा पानी पिलाने वाला हो या बड़े से बड़ा वाइस चांसलर हो या रजिस्ट्रार हो या फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हो या लाइजन ऑफिसर्स हो, हर एक में जो पर्सनल बिलोंगिंगनेस का फीलिंग था ना, दैट वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड दैट वी शुड आल्सो लर्न फ्रॉम देम कि कैसे किसी भी इवेंट को सक्सेसफुल बनाना है. फाउंडेशन डे लेक्चर हमारा हुआ था डॉक्टर विनय सहस्त्र बुद्धे जी का. ही स्पोक वेरी वेल, पूरा कि कैसे भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है. पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस इस पे थी कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बनाना है, कैसे यूनिवर्सिटीज़ उसमें योगदान कर सकती हैं, कैसे इनोवेशन को यूज़ कर सकते हैं, कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ करते हैं. तो बहुत अच्छा लेक्चर उनका रहा. हमारा जो इंटरफेस हुआ इंटरनेशनल बॉडीज़ का, अगेन वो बिजनेस सेशन में बहुत सारे लोग पूछ रहे थे कि फंडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ क्या है. तो आपको बताया गया होगा, यूसुफ ने बताया कि हमारी एक फुल ब्राइट की स्कीम ऑलरेडी अनाउंस हो रखी है. एक फुल ब्राइट की स्कीम अनाउंस होने वाली है एजुकेशनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स के लिए, फैकल्टी के लिए ऑलरेडी अनाउंस्ड है. इसी तरह डैड ने बहुत सारी फंडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बताई, क्या क्या कोलैबोरेशन किया. बाकी जितने भी इंटरनेशनल डेलीगेट्स उन्होंने बहुत सारी उनकी खुद की जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ वो देते हैं वो बताई. और हमारी जो इन्हीं की जो वेबसाइट है, इंडियन नेटवर्क फॉर इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, उसमें भी हम टाइम टू टाइम स्कीम्स डालते रहते हैं, कौन कौन सी स्कीम ओपन है. तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है सभी वाइस चांसलर से कि उसको आप देखते रहें, तो आपको पता रहेगा कि कौन कौन सी, चाहे फंडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी, कोलैबोरेशन अपॉर्चुनिटी, पार्टनरशिप अपॉर्चुनिटीज, सभी उस पर टाइम टू टाइम आती रहती है. 5 सेशंस हुए अलग अलग की कैसे इक्विटेबल एंड सस्टेनेबल हेल्थ केयर करें। बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट जो कॉन्सेप्ट हेल्थ केयर वाले में डॉक्टर वेद प्रकाश मिश्रा जी थे, डॉक्टर भूषण पटवर्धन जी थे। हम लोग हेल्थ केयर को सिक केयर मान लेते हैं। किसी बीमार को ठीक करना इज हेल्थ केयर, दैट इज सिक केयर, नॉट हेल्थ केयर। तो हेल्थ केयर और सिक केयर में डिफरेंशिएशन। तो हमें बीमार ही नहीं पड़ना, ना कि बीमार होने पे उसकी सेवा करना है या उसको केयर देना है। बीमार ही नहीं पड़ना, कैसे उसको हेल्थ केयर। तो हेल्थ केयर का वो वाला नोशन हम लोग के दिमाग में नहीं था। जब भी हम हेल्थ केयर की बात करते हैं तो दिमाग में हॉस्पिटल आता है, बेड्स आते हैं, इलाज आता है। तो दैट इज नॉट हेल्थ केयर, दैट इज सिक केयर। तो हेल्थ केयर मीन्स कैसे हेल्दी अभी हैं तो हेल्दी ही बने रहें। तो उस कॉन्सेप्ट को कैसे प्रमोट करना है, कैसे इंटीग्रेटेड मेडिसिन की बात करनी है कि अगर कोई इलाज आयुर्वेदा में अच्छा है, कोई होम्योपैथी में अच्छा है, कोई एलोपैथी में अच्छा है, कोई नेचुरोपैथी में अच्छा है, तो कैसे इंटीग्रेट करके, ये नहीं कि एक ही पैथी चाहिए हमें, मल्टीपल पैथीज को कैसे इंटीग्रेट करना है, उस पर काफ़ी बात हुई। हमने सेल्फ रिलायंट भारत कि स्वदेशी इकोनॉमिक पैट्रियटिज्म, टेक्नो नेशनलिज्म। बहुत सारे लोग मुझे बोल रहे थे बाद में कि मुझे पता ही नहीं था कि मैं चेरी ब्लॉसम जो है वो विदेशी शू पॉलिश है, और हम उसको इतने सालों से इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं चेरी ब्लॉसम को। तो उसमें बड़ा सारे लोगों का दिमाग भी खुला कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं रोज़ के रोज़, पर हम सोचते ही नहीं हैं कि वो एक फॉरेन ओरिजिन की चीज़ है, और उसको इस्तेमाल करके हम फॉरेन कंट्रीज़ को या फॉरेन कंपनीज़ को हेल्प कर रहे हैं। तो क्यों ना हम अपनी कंपनीज़ को, अपने देश को, अपने देश के लोगों को हेल्प करें। तो उसका बहुत अच्छा, मैं बहुत एक-एक लाइन में बता रही हूँ क्योंकि हमें अतुल जी को सुनना है, वो बहुत अच्छा बोलते हैं। इसी तरह जब हम प्रमोटिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का जो सेशन था, ग्रीन कैंपसेस की तो बात हुई, पर अगेन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये था कि हम कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की बात तो करते हैं, CSR की, पर यूनिवर्सिटी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की बात नहीं करते हैं कि यूनिवर्सिटीज़ की भी एक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है समाज के प्रति, कि यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को समाज को क्या देना है, किस तरह से बच्चों को ग्रूम करना है कि वो समाज के प्रति भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल बने, कैसे अपनी फैकल्टी को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बनाना है, कैसे यूनिवर्सिटी को अपने अंदर ग्रीन कैंपसेस की जब हम बात करते हैं तो अपने अंदर कैसे बिजली की बचत करनी है, पानी की बचत करनी है, कैसे हमें सस्टेनेबल कैंपसेस बनाना है। तो उसके ऊपर बहुत सारी चर्चा हुई। फिर जब हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एंड स्टार्टअप्स की बात कर रहे थे तो कैसे हम स्टार्टअप्स को प्रमोट करें। ये नहीं कि सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में एक प्लेसमेंट सेल हो, बाहर की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में प्लेसमेंट सेल्स नहीं होते हैं, दे डोंट गिव प्लेसमेंट्स टू द स्टूडेंट्स। हमारे देश में प्लेसमेंट्स का कॉन्सेप्ट है, व्हाट दे डू इज कि हमने बच्चे को कैपेबल बना दिया, जब वो कैपेबल बन गया तो नौकरी ढूंढना उसका काम है। यूनिवर्सिटी का काम नौकरी लगवाना या नौकरी ढूंढना नहीं है, यूनिवर्सिटी का काम है उसको ऐसे स्किल्स देना, उसको एम्प्लॉयबल बनाना, ना कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट देना। तो कैसे हम बच्चों को जॉब सीकर्स की जगह जॉब क्रिएटर्स बना सकते हैं, कैसे उनको कैपेबल बना सकते हैं, कैसे उनको स्किल्ड बना सकते हैं, और कैसे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ प्रेरित कर सकते हैं, ये उस सेशन का महत्व था। फिर क्रिएटिंग AI एंड क्वांटम एनेबल्ड HEIs, ये बहुत अच्छा सेशन था। बहुत सारे लोगों ने मुझे आके बोला भी कि दिस इज़ अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक, क्योंकि इन थिंग है, और हमारे देश में कहीं पे भी चाहे AI की बात हो कि और क्वांटम की बात हो, तो उन बच्चों को, इस तरह के नॉलेजेबल बच्चे जो क्वांटम और AI की बात करें, क्रिएट कौन करेगा? हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ करेगी। तो इसलिए यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का सबसे बड़ा रोल है। अगर हम कभी भी AI की बात करते हैं, क्वांटम की बात करते हैं, इनोवेशन की बात करते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, तो सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ये है कि बच्चे उस तरीके के क्रिएट हो, उस तरीके के हमारे को स्किल्ड मैन पावर क्रिएट करना, वो सारी जिम्मेवारी है यूनिवर्सिटीज़ की। तो इसलिए यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का रोल इसमें बहुत अहम हो जाता है। और जो लास्ट सेशन था वो तो IKS पे, IKS नहीं बोलूँगी, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा बोलूँगी। हमने न्यास में भी एक अभियान शुरू किया, उसमें हमने करीब 10 लाख सिग्नेचर्स इकट्ठे किए हैं कि भारत को भारत ही रहने दो, इंडिया मत बनाओ। तो जब किसी भी देश का नाम 2-2 नाम नहीं होता, इंग्लिश में कुछ और, हिंदी में कुछ और, एक हमारे देश में 2-2 नाम क्यों है कि इंग्लिश में इंडिया बोलेंगे, हिंदी में भारत बोलेंगे। तो हमने बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ने भी अपनी-अपनी EC में ये अप्रूव किया। तो मेरा आप लोगों से अपील रहेगी कि आप भी अपनी-अपनी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में ये सोच सकते हैं कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में किसी भी डॉक्यूमेंट में हम इंडिया शब्द ना यूज़ करके भारत शब्द इस्तेमाल करेंगे। और बहुत भाई जी कितनी कई कम से कम 20-25 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ने इसको अपनी-अपनी EC से अप्रूव किया है, और करीब 10 लाख लोगों ने साइन किया है, जो ज्ञापन हम ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया को सौंपने वाले हैं कि भारत का नाम भारत ही रहने दो, चाहे उसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट करना पड़े, पर उसको भारत ही रहने दो। और एक बहुत ही अच्छी लाइन जो बोली कल वरखरी जी ने कि हम पहले बात करते थे कि अपने गुरुकुल्स को मॉडर्न करना है, मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ गुरुकुल्स। अब हम बात कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारी मॉडर्न एजुकेशन है ना, उसका गुरुकुलाइजेशन करना है। तो उल्टा हो गया बिल्कुल, क्योंकि हम अब पहचान रहे हैं कि हमारे गुरुकुल्स में जो एजुकेशन दी जाती थी वो कितनी अच्छी एजुकेशन थी, और उससे हम सही में अच्छे ह्यूमन बींग्स, मतलब हम एम्प्लॉयज़ नहीं क्रिएट कर रहे, हम अच्छे ह्यूमन बींग्स क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। तो उसके ऊपर बहुत अच्छा सेशन था। ओवरऑल मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही अच्छा सेशन रहा। VBSA पे भी बहुत अच्छी चर्चा हुई। हम वो सारे के सारे कमेंट्स JPC को भेजेंगे, और आप सबको मैं एक बार फिर से बधाई देती हूँ कि बहुत ही अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई, और सब बिकॉज ऑफ यू। AIU इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ इट्स मेंबर्स। हमारी कोई एग्जिस्टेंस ही नहीं है अगर आप लोग ना हो। तो स्पेशल थैंक्स टू ईच एंड एवरी मेंबर ऑफ AIU। एंड हमारी अगली एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस साउथ इंडिया में होगी। इस बारी वेस्ट इंडिया में थी, अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस साउथ इंडिया में होगी। 7 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ने अप्लाई किया है, उसमें से एक को हम चुनेंगे कि कहाँ वहाँ वो कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी। तो अगले साल एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए साउथ इंडिया में आने के लिए अपना मन बना लीजिए, और जल्दी हम डेट्स अनाउंस करेंगे, डेट्स ब्लॉक कर लीजिएगा। एंड सेफ ट्रैवल्स बैक टू एवरीबडी विद गुड मेमोरीज ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड द DY पाटिल यूनिवर्सिटी। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am, for the inspiring and heartfelt words. With great respect, I now invite Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, President AIU and Vice Chancellor, CSGM University Kanpur, to kindly address the gathering.
आज के हमारे कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि और हम सब लोगों को एटलीस्ट 2 कामों में, इन 2 वर्क्स, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी और उसके पहले भी वैल्यूज इन एजुकेशन एंड वैल्यूज विद एजुकेशन के देने वाले पूरी कंट्री को, ऐसे हम लोग के पथ प्रदर्शक भाई अतुल कोठारी जी, भगवान ने जिनको हम लोगों के लिए 3 दिन के लिए अन्नदाता बनाया और उनको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी कि भाई इतने VCs को आपको खाना खिलाना है 3 दिन में, ये सब भगवान की कृपा से मिलता है। ऐसे PD पाटिल जी और उनकी पूरी फैमिली जिन्होंने हम लोगों को काफ़ी अच्छा किया, और उसमें जो हनुमान जी बने पवार साहब, और हनुमान के बिना राम का काम नहीं चलता है, ऐसी हमारी परंपरा है। और हमारे सभी कलीग्स, वाइस चांसलर्स, आज के इस वैलिडिटरी फंक्शन जो कि बहुत अच्छा हुआ, और अभी भाई साहब पूछ रहे थे, एंड we are seeing an extraordinary rise in the memberships of AIU and the participation in last 2-3 years, और सचमुच AIU ने एक अलग रूप लिया है। AIU की लगातार संख्या बढ़ती जा रही है, लाइक द क्रूड ऑयल प्राइसेस, राइट। सो मैं 2 बात कहता हूँ क्योंकि भाई साहब को सबको सुनना है, एंड ही इज अ वेरी वेरी गुड ऑरेटर एंड नोज एवरीथिंग। मेरे 2 इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि अगर आज इस समय में 2 बातें जो बहुत अनप्रिडिक्टेबल है पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए अगर मैं बोलना चाहूँ, तो एक ये कि ट्रम्प अगले मिनट में क्या करेंगे, और दूसरा AI टेक्नोलॉजी विल चेंज द वर्ल्ड इन व्हाट वे। द फर्स्ट पॉइंट, इट इज नॉट इन आवर हैंड, बट द सेकेंड पॉइंट वी हैव टू डेलिब्रेट वेरी वेरी कॉन्शियसली। जब हम अगली साल साउथ में मिलेंगे, so most of our parameters, academics, pedagogies, syllabuses, and if you learn the news, अब जो हम लोग न्यूज़ देख रहे हैं, Google, Oracle, everything are cutting their employees like anything. मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल अपने 2 दिन पहले का बताता हूँ कि how the technology is changing. See, in affiliating university, the biggest task of a vice chancellor is to make papers and conduct the examinations for lakhs of people. So we had given the examination papers, and आपको पता होगा कि सारे papers जो हैं हम लोग teachers को देते हैं और वो बनाते हैं. That comes very very confidential to us, and the controller takes and give the papers. हमारा chemistry का पेपर हुआ तो एक टीचर ने मुझे कॉन्फिडेंशियली फ़ोन किया कि सर ये जो पेपर आया है ये चैट जीपीटी का बना है, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द आंसर्स जो है वो ए आ रहे हैं. सो बिकॉज पीपल अभी टेक्नोलॉजीज को ज़्यादा जानते नहीं, तो वी सेड कि अगर ये न्यूज़पेपर में निकलेगा और क्या है.
सो इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग क्या हुआ कि फिर हम लोगों ने सारे कॉन्फिडेंशियल पेपर निकाले, वी गॉट आवर एआई टीम टुगेदर एंड वी हैव सीन कि फ्यूचर के जो 20 और पेपर्स हैं उनके भी पैरामीटर सिमिलर है। एंड द काइंड ऑफ थिंग विच इज हैपनिंग कि सपोज मैं क्लास पढ़ा रहा हूँ या पवार साहब पढ़ा रहे या कोई भी पढ़ा रहे,
के अलावा सब हमारी बेटी है, बहन है या माँ है। ये कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा है भारतीय। अगर ये कॉन्सेप्ट होगा तो महिलाओं को कोई समस्या नहीं होगी, लेकिन वो कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं चला गया। तो ये दोनों का समन्वय करना, कॉम्बिनेशन करना, ये थ्रू एजुकेशन ही हो सकता है। क्योंकि आज सेंट्रलाइजेशन दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, पूरे वर्ल्ड में ये कॉन्सेप्ट है। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक ये जो माननीय अटल जी ने बात की थी, वो उनका सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिलेगा हमको। और वो कॉन्सेप्ट देने का काम हमारा एजुकेशन तक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की दिशा में डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा। तो इस दृष्टि से जो हमारे सिलेबस करिकुलम का नया जो एक डेवलपमेंट करना है, एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को बदलाव इसी से आएगा। तो ये स्व खान पान की बात है और स्वदेशी टेक्नोलॉजी की बात आई। एक AICT में स्मॉल कॉन्फ्रेंस था, तो एक वाइस डायरेक्टर ने कहा वहां कि आप अपने अपने लैब में देखिए, जितने आपके इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है लैब के, कितने भारतीय है। तो वहां बैठे हुए लगभग ने कहा कि 10% 15% भी भारतीय नहीं है। ये हमारी चैलेंज है ना, विकसित भारत की ये चैलेंज है हमारे लिए। भारत क्रायोजेनिक इंजन बना सकता है, सुपर कंप्यूटर बना सकता है, तो हमारी लैब के छोटे छोटे इंस्ट्रूमेंट होते हैं वो हम नहीं बना सकते क्या? ये बच्चों को टारगेट देने की जरूरत है, टेक्नोलॉजी के, इंजीनियरिंग के बच्चे। तो हमारे यहाँ इंटेलेक्चुअल लेवल की कोई कमी नहीं है। वर्ल्ड में नंबर 1 है हमारा छात्र, हमारा प्रोफेसर, आचार्य सब। और ऐसा चैलेंजिंग काम हो तो यूथ को बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं काम करने में। तो इस प्रकार का छोटी छोटी बातों को लेकर और संपूर्ण रूप से भारतीयता जब हम नहीं लाएंगे, आज तो सब विदेश से हमारे आ रहा है, सिलेबस भी विदेश से आएंगे, पुस्तकें भी विदेश से आएंगी। तो जब तक दुनिया से हम सब लेना ही चाहेंगे तब तक हमारा क्यों स्वीकार करेंगे दुनिया? जब विश्वगुरु भारत था, दुनिया को सब कुछ हम देते थे। उस लेवल पर हम जब तक नहीं हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम आएगी तब तक विकसित भारत नहीं हो सकता है। सेल्फ रिलायंस की बात की ना, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। भारत आत्मनिर्भर कब होगा? कि जब तक भारत का छात्र, स्टूडेंट्स आत्मनिर्भर नहीं होगा तब तक भारत आत्मनिर्भर नहीं हो सकता है। तो क्या हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी को हम पहला आत्मनिर्भर बना सकते हैं क्या? हमारे छात्रों को हम आत्मनिर्भर बना सकते हैं क्या? सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी छत्तीसगढ़ में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं 4-5 वर्ष से। तो वहां के वाइस चांसलर कहते हैं कि हमारे 40% स्टूडेंट्स वो स्वावलंबी है, वो घर से पैसे नहीं मंगाते हैं। वहां ब्रेड भी बनता है, बिस्किट भी बनता है, वहां के फार्मेसी डिपार्टमेंट में आयुर्वेद मेडिसिन और से कई बातें बनाते हैं। और वहां एक स्टोर ऐसा है यूनिवर्सिटी में कि जो बच्चे बनाते हैं उसको वहां स्टोर पर जाता है और वहां से वो सेल होता है सब। तो मैंने उसको टारगेट दिया कि 5 साल में पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी से कोई भी बात बाहर से नहीं आनी चाहिए, हम बाहर भेजेंगे। और स्टूडेंट्स भी कितने इंटेलिजेंट हैं, वो तो टेक्नोलॉजी की यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है। मैं गया था 3 महीने पहले, तो 200 छात्र की एक मीटिंग हुई थी, 200। बाकी तो 2 आवर्स मीटिंग चली, लेकिन 2 एग्जाम्पल सिर्फ देता हूँ। एक लड़की खड़ी हुई, उन्होंने कहा हमारा स्टार्टअप है और लास्ट ईयर का हमारा टर्नओवर 9 करोड़ है। फिर एक लड़का खड़ा हुआ, उन्होंने कहा हमारा स्टार्टअप है, हमने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स बाइक बनाया है। और तब उन्होंने कहा था आज तो लगभग 1500 बाइक का उनको मुंबई से और अफ्रीकन कंट्री से ऑर्डर मिला है। और उन्होंने कहा कि लगभग 1.5 लाख का बाइक अभी लगभग कॉस्ट है, हम 80,000 में वो देंगे। ये हमारे बच्चे आज कर सकते हैं, कर रहे हैं। तो जब तक इस प्रकार का वर्क नहीं होगा यूनिवर्सिटी में, तब तक देश आत्मनिर्भर सेल्फ रिलायंस नहीं बन सकता है। तो ऐसे मॉडल हम खड़ा कर सकते हैं अपनी अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी को क्या। और मैं बड़ी विनम्रता से कहता हूं कि आप खड़े कहिए, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, हम ऐसा जो भी कोई कार्य करना चाहता है और हमारे सहयोग की आवश्यकता है, तो हम ऐसे सब जगह खड़े रहने के लिए तैयार हैं। क्योंकि कोई अकेले नहीं कर सकता, हम सब मिलकर ही कर सकते हैं। तो इस दिशा में आगे के दिनों में हमने कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। और अंतिम, यहाँ मेडिकल का बहुत काम हो रहा है, तो कि मेडिकल फील्ड में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच ला सकते हैं हम क्या। चिकित्सा शिक्षा, मेडिकल एजुकेशन किस लिए है, डॉक्टर किस लिए है। अभी तो जैसे पंकज जी ने दो कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत अच्छा दिया है कि बीमार को ठीक करना, ये तो दुनिया भर में है, व्यक्ति बीमार ही ना हो, ये हमारा भारतीय कॉन्सेप्ट है, ये आयुर्वेद का कॉन्सेप्ट है। चलो वो आने में बहुत समय लगेगा अभी, लेकिन होलिस्टिक अप्रोच इसमें ला सकते हैं क्या भाई, कि हर मेडिसिन का अलग अलग प्रकार इंपॉर्टेंस है, उसका फिर सिलेबस बनाना पड़ेगा कि जिसमें आयुर्वेद भी होगा, होम्योपैथी भी होगा, नेचुरोपैथी भी होगा, योग थेरापी भी होगा, सब होगा, और एलोपैथी तो होगा ही होगा। तो एक फिजिशियन डॉक्टर है, वो पहले हॉस्पिटल में जाएगा तो चेक करेगा कि इसको पेट की तकलीफ है तो इनको आयुर्वेद में भेजो, इनको स्किन का प्रॉब्लम है तो एलोपैथी में भेजो, इनको हार्ट का प्रॉब्लम है तो एलोपैथी में भेजो, स्किन का प्रॉब्लम है तो होम्योपैथिक में भेजो। तो ये हर सब्जेक्ट में इस प्रकार का होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लाने की जरूरत है, तो हर विषय का सॉल्यूशन मिलेगा हमको। तो इस दिशा में हम लोग आगामी दिशा में विचार कर सकते हैं सब मिलकर, और यही डेवलप भारत का मेन एजेंडा है। और कल भी मैंने कहा था कि प्रॉब्लम बहुत है लेकिन सॉल्यूशन भी है। नेचर का रूल्स यही है कि जहां प्रॉब्लम है वहीं सॉल्यूशन है। तो डोंट डिस्कशन प्रॉब्लम, सॉल्यूशन का डिस्कशन करिए। तो ऐसे जो हम एक देश भर में आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं क्या कि क्या क्या चैलेंजेस है भारत के सामने आज, उस चैलेंजेस का सॉल्यूशन हम कैसे ला सकते हैं, और चैलेंज को अपॉर्चुनिटी में ट्रांसफर करना, चुनौती को अवसर में बदलना, यही मनुष्य जीवन की सार्थकता है। तो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस, ये सम्मेलन और भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के इस शताब्दी वर्ष के निमित्त आयोजित कॉन्फ्रेंस में सम्मेलन, मैंने कहा ऐसे बहुत सफल हुआ है, लेकिन इसको सार्थक बनाने के लिए हमारा व्यक्तिगत जीवन, हमारे संस्था का, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी का और देश को जैसा भारत हमने विकसित बनाना है, विश्वगुरु भारत, इस दिशा में कार्य करने के लिए हम सब संकल्पबद्ध हो, कटिबद्ध हो, प्रतिबद्ध हो, यही आप सबसे प्रार्थना। फिर से डीवाई पार्टी विश्वविद्यालय के सभी परिवार और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
शिक्षा सुधारों पर आपके नवाचारी दृष्टिकोण के लिए धन्यवाद सर। It is time to express our gratitude to all those who made this event possible. I now invite Dr. Vijendra Kumar, Head, Meetings Division AIU, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished guest on the dais, our chief guest, Dr. Sri Atul Kothari ji, National Secretary Shiksha Sanskriti Utthhan Nyas, Dr. P.D. Patil sir, Honorable Chancellor DPU, Professor Binay Kumar Pathak sir, President AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Professor N.J. Pawar sir, Vice Chancellor DPU, Dr. Smita Jadhav ma'am, Pro Chancellor AIU, Pro VC AIU, Dr. Yasraj Patil, Treasurer DPU, Dr. J.S. Bawalkar sir, Registrar DPU, all the esteemed Vice Chancellors from all over India, our faculty members of DPU, students, entire team of DPU. As we come to the closing ceremony of this historic 100th AIU Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellor, it is a great honor and deep privilege to offer vote of thanks on behalf of AIU and my personal behalf. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest and distinguished guest on the dais for gracing the valedictory session of 100th AIU AGM and National Conference of Vice Chancellors for their kind and generous presence. Your inspiring word have added immense value to this memorable occasion. I would like to place on record our sincere gratitude to Professor Binay Kumar Pathak sir, President AIU, and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mitra, Secretary General AIU, for their constant guidance, encouragement, and visionary leadership. Their support has been a pillar of strength throughout, and this landmark gathering has greatly benefited from their wisdom and their, their constant guidance. Respected sir and ma'am, many thanks for your kind and generous support and guidance which enable us to conduct this conference in a befitting manner. I offer my special thanks and gratitude to Dr. P.D. Patil sir, Honorable Chancellor Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapith, whose gracious support and commitment have been instrumental in making this centenary event truly special. I am also thankful for my bottom of my heart to Dr. Professor N.J. Pawar sir and his entire team of DPU for their extraordinary efforts in hosting this conference so beautifully. I would especially like to recall the visit of Professor Pawar sir to along with his team, Professor Palekar sir, Professor Sachin sir, and Dr. Dharmendra Sharma sir to the Udaipur, during which they first hand see all the preparation of the West Zone. And in such a significant event has been conducted at this DPU, we are truly blessed to have here, sir. Since then, their generational support, meticulous planning, and unwavering cooperations have been contributed immensely to organizing this event. Their dedication deserves our warmest appreciation. I must emphasize that when I arrived at DP 126, Professor Pawar sir personally took me his personal time and walked me to the Chancellor sir, and he discussed each and every details of arrangements in such a clarity and care that I immediately felt a sense of belongingness to the DPU. His thoughtful guidance made me feel completely familiar with his campus and surroundings. I am sincerely grateful, sir, for your humility and your meticulous attention to every smallest detail. Thank you, sir. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the esteemed vice chancellors of AIU member universities, speaker, delegates of each session whose thoughtful deliberations made this conference intellectually enriching and meaningful. The ideas shared by over these days will certainly continue to inspire higher education community. Respected sir and madam, AIU truly value your support and all the esteemed vice chancellors and directors of AIU member universities. Thank you, sir, for attending this meet in such a large number. I am also thankful to Dr. Binay Sahasrabudhe sir for giving the Centenary Foundation Day lecture. I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to all our past presidents of AIU. And this is the first time our 7 past presidents of AIU have joined this conference. I must name them: Professor S.F. Patil sir, Professor A.M. Pathan sir, Professor D.S. Chauhan sir, Professor M. Salunke sir, Professor Tej Pratap sir, Professor Thiruvasakam sir, and Professor G.D. Sharma sir. Thank you, sir. We truly value your kind guidance in our AIU. My sincere appreciations also goes to Dr. Sukla, who has looked after the sponsorship and supporting partners of AIU and DPU, and the entire organizing committee of the DY Patil, anchoring team. I could not take the name of all the team, social media team, and especially the coordinators, and who's working very hard behind the scene, whose silent and tireless effort ensured a smooth conduct of this conference. A special appreciation goes to all the licensing officers and volunteers who took care of our esteemed Vice Chancellor with a smiling face. Also, we cannot forget to express our sincere gratitude to Padma Shri Hariharan ji and his entire team for mesmerizing performance. We are equally thankful to DPU for providing us the opportunity to witness the live performance of such a legendary icon. I extend my sincere appreciation to all the 70 member universities who submitted their poster and for their enthusiastic participation for submitting the best practices poster. Your contribution reflects a commendable commitment to innovations, excellence, and sharing the institutional knowledge. I am equally thankful to our panel of evaluators consist of Professor S.P. Bansal sir, VC Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Professor Sasikala Banchari, VC NIPA, Professor Srinivas Vanakheri sir, VC Sanskrit Central Sanskrit University for generously dedicating their valuable time and expertise to assess this submission. Their thoughtful evaluations and academic insight have greatly enriched this quality and credibility of this competition. My special thanks to our own AIU officials, Dr. Mamta Rani Agrawal, Additional Secretary, Dr. Alok Kumar Misra, Joint Secretary, and Dr. S. Ramadavipani, University News Editor, who are present here. I am also very grateful for their generous support. My special and sincere thanks to all the AIU team, including my own social media team, for their dedicated effort for the AIU AGM. I would like to especially acknowledge Ambika for her outstanding contribution and commitment in ensuring the wide visibility and success of this event. Our sincere thanks are also due to all the supporting partners of AIU and sponsors of DPU for their generous support and valuable contribution towards this successful conduct of conference. हमें जानते हैं एक वेद का एक श्लोक है, ज्ञान विज्ञान समायुक्त स्वावलंबी भारत भवेत नवोमेष प्रदीपन विकास मार्गे प्रकयस। अर्थात ज्ञान और नवाचार से युक्त भारत आत्मनिर्भर बनता है और नए विचार के प्रकाश से विकास का मार्ग अवलोकित होता है। अब हम लोग इस अपने 100th AIU के समावेशन के लास्ट छोर पे हैं। इस लास्ट में अब मैं सभी का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं और आप लोग को अगले साल नेक्स्ट AGM में जैसा होगा हम बताएंगे आपको। एंड अगर कोई गलती हो तो करपत्र प्रार्थना है DPU और हमारी तरफ से हमें क्षमा करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir. As we come to the close of this enriching and inspiring program, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished dignitaries from Association of Indian Universities, esteemed vice chancellors, and participants for making this occasion truly memorable. As the proud host of this prestigious gathering, it has been our honor to welcome such esteemed assembly of academic leaders and visionaries. We sincerely trust that your time on our campus has been comfortable, enriching, and memorable, both intellectually and personally. At DPU, we believe that hospitality goes way beyond. It is about building meaningful connections and lasting collaborations. We look forward to continuing these associations as we collectively strive towards strengthening higher education in our nation. I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you. With this, we formally conclude today's program. We wish you all a safe journey and a wonderful day ahead. The lunch is organized in the Vidyapit building on the terrace. Thank you. Thank you. Dhanyavad, sir. Dhanyavad. This is regular auditorium. We have to go to the Vidyapit.